Do you come with 2 teachers? You were not informed too? Continue. No problem. God will see us. There is God. There is God in everything we are doing. Those bloods that are sharing in Bronu will answer. What of 2 teachers? What of 2 teachers that can tell us that they conducted that exam? Do you come with any? Principal? No, too. You waka come. Okay. Now the first lady is calling you. Come, I want to help you. Come to find your child, your missing child. Will you keep quiet? No. Child. There is God, oh. There is God, oh. The bloods we are sharing, there is God, oh. There is God, oh. There is God, oh. There is God, oh. There is.
Good morning, Daddy. So
Subramia. Soko sunu baby Subramia. Soko sunu baby Subramia. Soko sunu baby Subramia. Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Anamu, Paratuba Dodri Tukuma, Tukutuba Dodri in the Mo, Eguma, Paratuba Dodri Tukuma, Tukutuba Dodri in the Mo, Obodo Jisike Nubo Seruna, Oibo.
It's everyone.
Soko sunu baby Subramia. Soko sunu baby Subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo ye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mo.
Oh, all right, I keep clicking on videos I wasn't intending to, so the opening sequence has gone askew, right, somewhat. So why don't I kick it off with my ugly mug instead? So good day to you, good to see you, and how are you? So the weekend has now come to an end. So we're rounding the weekend off here. So yes, the weekend has now come to an end. We're rounding the weekend off here. And of course, another week takes its course. So another week takes its course. No rest for the wicked, and the wicked gets no rest. So the wicked gets no rest, but hopefully you're not wicked and you're sufficiently rested over the course of the last 2 days to take on the week to come. So good to see you. Good to have you here. And how are you? So how are you? So now the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. We are canvassing quite aggressively for new voices, and we're succeeding somewhat because the conversations that we're having now, it has taken a new dimension, a new nuance has been added to the conversations that we are having here. And it's only because new voices are now joining the conversation to add new perspective to subject matters, and we are all the richer for it. So come enrich the space with your voice and your knowledge by clicking on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So come join the conversation. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If we don't have a panel, we don't have a session. You know, I don't like to call it show. I'm not. It's just I'm not a show businessman. I'm just some funny sounding guy that makes noise from his conservatory in Kent. That's just the totality of it, with some dodgy computer and some silly looking headphone. That's just all it is. So let's not get above ourselves by calling it a show and whatnot. It's just a session with friends. That's how I like to say it, and hopefully how you say it too. So yes, if you want to be part of it, then come join. It's somewhat of a slow news cycle today. Somewhat of a slow news cycle today. So if you are turning up, bring your own drinks. But by way of bring your own drinks, bring your own and by way of bring your own drinks, bring your own news. So bring your own news, and then of course we can add that to the mix. So as you are bringing your own news, let me present to you what I have assembled. So we are discussing this. Joe Igbokwe tackles Ekweremadu's son for holding elaborate wedding. despite his parents being in jail. Yes, so the only topic of discussion amongst the chattering classes, the elites, the clicking champagne glasses within the Nigerian sphere has been the wedding of Ekweremadu, elaborate splendor, all of these things. But the one thing that was missing were his parents. And we all know why his parents were missing, of course. They were at Her Majesty's pleasure. Do you know what it means to be at His Majesty's pleasure now? Do you know what it means to be at His Majesty's pleasure? They are eating the equivalent of Ewa in one of the Queen's institutions. So in prison, Joe Igbokwe tackles Ekweremadu's son for holding elaborate wedding despite his parents being in jail. So we'll have a look at that, see what's in play. We have a look at that, see what's in play, and then we have a look at this, see what is in play. President Tinubu receives petition against Africa's richest man, Dangote, over 3.5 billion siphoned through central bank. So yes, if we ever want to know what is going wrong with the country, we have to really speak to Dangote. We must, if we want to know what's going wrong with that country, we have to speak to and with Dangote. Because administration after administration after administration, the one constant that has always been in situation is this man, Dangote. A lot of allegations that is the bagman for so many administrations, a lot of allegations of round tripping of money, this now never-ending refinery that is building, that never comes to a conclusion, that never comes to completion, only because it makes just stupendously more money by getting that preferential rate at the CBN and round-tripping it back to the CBN at triple, quadruple your money rates. So imagine that. Let's say you are saying you are building a refinery, the government concessions, let's say $1 billion to you at preferential rates. You then take that $1 billion, you pump it into the black market and you turn it into about $3 billion. What incentive is there for you to complete that refinery? And that has been the narrative of this man, administration after administration after administration. Enough is enough. President Tinubu receives petition against Africa's richest man, Dangote, over 3.5 billion siphoned through through Nigeria's central bank. So quite what simply there, we find out shortly. So what's in play there, we find out shortly. So now he stands accused and he continues to carry out the same activity. That probably sounds better in Yoruba language. So you stand accused and you continue to repeat the same thing. Tinubu announces new minister designate for Niger Delta Development, reassigns portfolio. So now, the swearing in of these new ministers that took him endless time to nominate and pass through Senate, their swearing in is yet to take place. That's meant to take place on Monday, so tomorrow or today, depending on where you are. So their swearing in is not even in place yet, and already so many controversies. The one for that pretty girl that got to the Senate and was turned back, the humiliation of El Rufai, who is somewhere in the Middle East licking his wounds and singing reggae songs. We'll get to that. Now, all the people that you have said have scaled through, you allocate portfolios to them, only then to reverse again. Flip-flop, dilly-dally, indecisiveness. And it's just 2 months into the administration. President Tinubu announces new minister designate for Niger Delta Development, reassigns portfolio. So quite what's in play there, we'll find out shortly. So I hinted at it, here it is now. El Rufai shares Bob Marley's song about betrayal by friends after Nuhu Rubadu, Uba Sani double-crossed him before Tinubu. So of all of the things that Tinubu may have gotten wrong in the course of his administration, the way El Rufai has been treated is the one that doesn't sit with me the most. It doesn't sit well with me the most, I should say. Of all of the things that Tinubu has done wrong in his administration, the one that does not sit well with me the most is the treatment of El Rufai. I am no fan of the little finger from Kaduna State, of course, the short little man, but our fair is fair. You know, I hate inequity, and there's somewhat an inequitousness about that treatment. We saw how that guy put himself on the line for him. He turned his back against his own tribe, went in front of every camera available, and commented the moment, and that was Tinubu, the knife in the back. El Rufai shares Bob Marley's song about betrayal by friends after Nuhu Ribadu, Ubasani, double-crossed him before Tinubu. So no matter what Nuhu Ribadu or Ubasani did or have done, Tinubu should have just, it should be the number one name that he just picks and gives him a pass. Just say, where do you think you can best work? Go and start, you know, but there it is. So we go into that, see what we're making of the treatment of El Rufai. Tinubu shuffles ministerial positions, reinstates Niger Delta ministry after public outcry. So is that just that reversal of our positions is something that is getting to become a bit of a concern. So we round it off with Isheshe Day, which we spoke about yesterday, but still as controversial as ever. Isheshe Day, traditionalists free to exercise human rights. Adeleke to Oluwo. Oluwo, yes, Oluwo of Iwo, of course, it will have to be him, wouldn't he? Erumala. So there it is. Isheshe Day. Traditionalists free to exercise human rights, Adeleke tells Oluwo. So we land on that to round it off. So a diverse somewhat of a menu to chew over. So there it is. That's what we're presenting. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relaxing to it. The Kaizo, I see you there. My goodness me, poverty must think. What's that? 100 Kenyan dollars or whatever it is, shillings. Look at that Kaizorian empire right there. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relaxing to it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join us on the screen. And we go to the K Guides to kick it off. So let's play the K Guides song, and then we come to the readout. But first, to the K Guides.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Waila ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Traditionalists free to exercise human rights, Adeleke tells Oluwo. So we're back to the Isheshe Day, which is somewhat turning into something of a controversy. Amidst the controversy sparked by the ban on traditional religious practices in Igbo land by Oluwo Oba Abdul Rashid Akanbi, Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osun State has cautioned that traditionalists are free to exercise their fundamental human rights. The correspondence recalls that Oluwo had banned some practices of traditional worshippers in his domain indefinitely, stating that it does not align with civilization. It's unbelievable, actually. We're getting into scary territory now. Oluwo of Iwo, the traditional king of Iwo land, the custodian of the deities of that ancient kingdom, is banning traditional practices. And there it is right there. You know, it's like the Pope telling them at the Vatican that that Christian worship is no longer amicable or amenable to Rome, because it doesn't align with civilization. You know, it's unbelievable. Amidst the controversies sparked by the ban on traditional religious practices in Iwo land by Oluwo of Iwo, Oba Akanbi, Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osun State has cautioned that traditionalists are free to exercise their fundamental human rights. Correspondence records that Oluwo had banned some practices of traditional worshippers in his domain indefinitely, stating that it does not align with civilization. The traditional worshippers, however, dared the monarch by insisting that they will continue their activities, especially to mark 2023 Isheshe Day. In the recent development, Governor Adeleke has intervened in the impending crisis by advocating for peaceful coexistence amongst all religious groups. In a statement by Adeleke spokesperson Oluwale Rashid, it was explained that the governor deployed his special advisor on security, Samuel Ojo, to Iwo for urgent interface with both parties. The special advisor at the palace at Iwo met various stakeholders, including a telephone conversation with Oluwo, who was out of town. The statement reads, he also had interactions with some traditionalists who had vowed to converge at Iwo land to challenge the traditional ruler who had reportedly banned traditionalists from his domain. So I think that the choice of words in this particular paragraph is excellent. So he had also interacted with traditionalists. So hold that one, who vowed to converge in Iwo land to challenge the traditional ruler who is banning traditionalist practices. It's only in Yoruba land. He spoke with Kabiyesi Oluwo and promised to ensure peace and security, though he's out of town. He interacted with some other traditional leaders not far from the palace. The message is that peaceful coexistence is a must, and any group that breaches the peace of the state will have security operatives to contend with. We have taken all necessary security precautions. Wouldn't you like to see the flogging of Oluwo in the public? Let's just see if that can happen. The traditionalists are free to exercise their fundamental human rights. They must act within the bounds of law. So there it is. So Oluwo, of course, trying to mimic essentially what the Emir of Ilorin put out. So Oluwo was somewhat trying to mimic what the Emir of Ilorin put out. So let's go to the Dangote storyline. President Tinubu receives petition against Africa. Let's do that again. President Tinubu receives petition against Africa's richest man, Dangote, over $3.5 billion siphoned through Nigeria's central bank. So this is not a new story. This is just a rehash. This story might well be new, but this is not a new space, is what I should say. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has received a petition against Africa's richest man, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, over $3.5 billion allegedly siphoned through the Central Bank of Nigeria. The petition, exclusively obtained by correspondence, was attached to a letter addressed to President Tinubu and filed by Ahmed Fahad, a social justice advocate. It was dated the 18th of August 2023 and titled Petition to President Tinubu Against Dangote, and copied to Jim Obazie, who was recently appointed by the president as a special investigator to probe the Central Bank of Nigeria and related entities. The petition accused Dangote of grossly violating the forex guideline of the CBN for years. It alleged that the suspended CBN governor, Godwin Emefiele, borrowed $1,000 from Afrixim Bank in the second quarter of 2023, out of which $750 million was illegally funneled to Dangote at a concessionary rate. So exactly and entirely what I was, this is what he does, isn't he? It is a money shifter. There is, you know, all of these Dangote cement, Dangote, these are just cover faces for the actual business of Dangote, which is just money round stripping. It's just a money tripper. It's just a money round tripper. That's all he is. Or I say that's all he is. He has made him the richest black man on the planet, but that's essentially what he is. Let's take that from that paragraph again. It rankles because this guy does this thing in open glare and he gets away with it. It alleged that the suspended CBN governor Godwin Emefiele borrowed $1,000 from Afrixim Bank in the second quarter of 2023, out of which $750 million was illegally funneled to Dangote at a concessionary rate. It therefore urged the president to investigate the flagrant violation of our financial laws. It reads, I bring to your attention a scandalous issue of gross financial misconduct and illegality involving the Dangote Group, a flagrant abuse of the Central Bank of Nigeria's forex guideline for the past 10 years, first exposed by Dr. Ope Banwo of Change Vigilante International in his 2016 petition to former President Buhari. So, like I said, this guy has been doing this. It's a money doubler. Yes, that's probably the term. It's just a money doubler, not just a money doubler. It's the most successful money doubler on the planet. It noted that the brazen illegality involves a shocking violation of CBN guidelines, causing a USD 3.4 billion diversion from Nigeria's national treasury at a rate between 150 to 200 to the dollar, when the parallel exchange rate was more than double that. So it's unbelievable. The insidious financial maneuverings still threatens the very stability of our country's economy even today. Astoundingly, this flagrant siphoning was carried out using Form A instead of the legal route through Form M, which is tantamount to a gross violation of the law, as it offers no financial returns to our country. The barefaced audacity of these financial transgressions is further displayed by several implicated banks, which have audaciously sanctioned millions of dollars at the CBN rate to the Dangote Group in direct violation of CBN's instructions to source funds from parallel market or intra-bank. I can't read anymore. The barefaced audacity of these financial transgressions is further displayed by several implicated banks, which have audaciously sanctioned millions of dollars at the CBN rate to the Dangote Group in direct violation of CBN's instructions to source funds from the parallel market or interbank market. So there it is right there. So there it is. It goes on and on, but I think that's sufficient enough to establish the facts. So that's sufficient enough to establish the facts. Let's go on from there to the next one. Let's just speed through it and then we'll see what conversations can be. Pardon me. Let's just speed through it and then see what conversations can be had. President Tinubu announces Minister Designate for Niger Delta reassigns portfolio. President Bola Tinubu has approved the redeployment of Engineer Abubakar Mama from the Federal Ministry of Youth to the Federal Ministry of Niger Delta Development. So they said they were going to scrap that. Did they not say they were going to scrap that ministry? The Federal Ministry of Youth is to be reassigned to Minister Designate soon. A statement issued by Ajuri Ngalale, the special advisor to the president, on Monday said, the ministers designate allocated to the Federal Ministries of Transportation, Interior, and Marine and Blue Economy have been reshuffled as follows. Adegboyega Oyetola is redeployed as the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy. Bumi Tunji Ojo is redeployed as the Honorable Minister of Interior. Saidu Al-Khali is redeployed as the Honorable Minister of Transportation. Furthermore, both ministers of state in the oil and gas sectors are now domiciled in the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources with the following designates. So I don't know what quite, I say I don't know what he's doing. He probably almost certainly doesn't know what he's doing. I don't know, Mel. A hand they shake, leg they shake, you see. Senator Heineken Lokobiri is the Minister of State Petroleum Resources. Something Epo is the Minister of State Gas Petroleum Resources. The President approves the renaming of the Federal Ministry of Environment and Ecological Management as the Federal Ministry of Environment. All aforementioned changes take immediate effect by these directives of the president. So I'm not quite sure what we are making of that. I'm not quite sure what to make of that. But is it confusion? Is it confused, or or are these the necessary rebalancing in order for him to get it right? We don't know. Well, you tell me. El Rufai shares Bob Marley's song about betrayal by friends after Nuhu Ribadu Ubasani double-crossed him before Tinubu. So let's find out. Nasir El Rufai is relishing his love for Bob Marley's soundtracks that decried betrayal by close friends and allies days after he was forced to abandon his ministerial bid over insidious attacks from Nuhu Ribadu and the backstabbing he suffered from his political protege and Kaduna governor, Uba Sani. Mr. El Rufai was nominated for a ministerial position by Mr. Tinubu last month, but he abruptly withdrew his interest after Mr. Ribadu, the National Security Advisor, withheld clearance for the former Kaduna State Governor, leaving senators no choice but to suspend his confirmation. So there is more to it because I don't think that Ribadu can unilaterally withdraw that clearance without the tacit support of the president. He subsequently departed Nigeria for Egypt, from where he was expected to visit Europe on a study trip. The politician, prominent for his social media presence, has, however, continued to drop what he described as nuggets on his Twitter handle. On Sunday, he reminded his 2.3 million followers of his love for Bob Marley's 1976 hit, Who the Cap Feeds, and urged his followers to enjoy your Sunday with the song and lyrics that are timeless. So I think it's going to turn into some sort of a Reno Omokri character. Is this what we're saying now? The song contained lyrics that said, some will eat and drink with you, then behind you, susu upon you. Some will hate you, pretend they love you now, then behind you, try to eliminate you. Although Mr. El-Rufai did not specifically say he was directing his cautionary tale at anyone, he has long been known to use proverbial quips to take jibes at his political detractors. In January 2021, he infamously used an ethnically charged proverb to undercut then raging separatist arguments in the country. But his latest tweet, which struck a personal chord with the former governor, appeared aimed at his successor, Mr. Sani, who had been trying to undermine him before Mr. Tinubu over who should replace the minister from Kaduna following El-Rufai's withdrawal. So there it is, the stabbing of El-Rufai in the back. The stabbing of El-Rufai in the back. Let me just go to the conversation. I'm somewhat bored with the readouts. We only have Ajanle Koko. We have Ajanle Koko and we have Ajanle Koko and Okwiton TV with us. So we see how it goes. So let's just kick it off. We use the headlines instead rather than the readouts. I'm not really feeling the readouts today. So we use the headlines instead and we kick it off then. Let's kick it off with Okwiton TV. So Okwiton TV, good to see you.
Hello, it's been a while. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. How are you? We've not seen you for. We see you in the super chat, but we don't see you on the screen. You know, you can do both.
Yeah, I do like my fingers on the keyboard sometimes. But I've always admired contribution from you guys. Baba Ajanle Koko. I always hear you. And others. So it's good.
How are you, my brother?
How are you doing? How body?
Body the inside too. Can't wait.
Nah, so.
All right. Well, before we go to the headlines, you tell us what has caught your attention in the news today. So, what have you been looking at in the news, Okwiton?
Yeah, several. More or less like it's not really bombshell. It's just that I was a little bit surprised that in the dying minute, Tinubu has to reshuffle cabinet even before the cabinet gets to work. It's kind of. Were you
surprised or worried? Because or concerned? Let's not say worried. Were you surprised or concerned?
I can say both, but I think it's a mixed feeling. It's a good and bad scenario for me. And for Nigeria in general, because I think for once we have a president who is actually listening to the people and reacting to the temperature of the country. But on the other hand,
sorry to interrupt you, but
okay.
Do we need a president? Do we need a president listening at to that level, to the level that is listening, or do we need somebody that can be decisive? Is he going to be running his government by opinion polls?
I think we do need, as far as Nigeria is concerned, we do need a president to some extent to listen to the people to feel the temperature of the country. We do need that. And I said that mainly because of the degraded level at which we find ourselves over the years, how corrupt we have become as a nation, and the trust level of the populace towards their government that has been really battered. Once we have found ourselves in this level, I think we do need a government. It's not something that is obtainable in developed countries. But I think, as far as I'm concerned, in Nigeria, we do need a government that actually tests the water every time and listen to the populace, and make a little tweak here and there. At the same time, I think we should be very wary about a flip-flopping idea from a presidency, because that doesn't make any sense at the same time. Because on the flip-flop level now, we've had two major decisions that he has done that with. When he released the palliative of the 8,000 naira for 12 million individuals, and then he came back withdrawing it and changing it and all that. And then this one with the ministers, I think the flip-flop should not be too much. And in this case, it's becoming too much because, it happened within the space of 2 months. And that's why I think he needs to be very careful that they should at least analyze the problem, very well before they push it out,
as early as just 2 days or so ago, he told us that the Niger Delta development something that was being scrapped, or the Ministry of the Niger Delta was being scrapped because it's somewhat duplicitous to the NDDC. And then 2 days later, he appoints a minister to an agency that he told us he was scrapping, or a ministry.
I think if you look at the name, because there's a change name, there's a name change on the Niger Delta thing. It used to be Niger Delta Affairs. Now it's Niger Delta Development, which I think that name, is refocusing the direction on how to actually implement development in the area, which is what we needed. I don't know about the affairs. In Nigerian situation, when we use the language affairs, it means something else completely. It's not it's not like the general language over here. When we label anything affairs in Nigeria, it's completely
Can I interject 1 minute?
But I'll give you a moment, Baba Jale Koko. Let me just hit on what one man just said as far as the Niger Delta is concerned. I think he heard from the Niger Delta people, okay, because scrapping it, I don't think some of us that are not from Niger Delta, we're not the only one crying about it. I think he heard from the Niger Delta people, and and I think that's why he made the turnaround. So over to you, Babaja.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I don't think that's a ministry for Niger Delta. I think what we had is a commission, Niger Delta Development Commission. So there have not been a specific ministry. I think they are directly under the control of the presidency. So I'm not sure if they have a Ministry of Niger Delta before.
Yeah, I will confirm it to you very quickly now.
Sorry, there's a lot of background noise from you, Opeton TV. But yeah, if you can address that, yeah. All right, carry on. Ajale Koko.
Yeah, I think they have another, maybe Stevie playing at the background, or maybe
something. Just mute something. Yes.
Yeah. So
I'm working on some editing. That's why. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, you can go ahead. So I'm not sure that we had Ministry of Niger Delta before. I think it was a commission that since 1999 that have been in place up to today. So if Tinubu is creating a ministry for Niger Delta, I think
Yaradua created a Ministry of the Niger Delta Affairs.
Oh, Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs.
Yeah,
Okay.
this guy Abadio was the minister before. This guy Kayamo was junior minister, and so there has always been a Ministry of the Niger Delta Affairs.
Yeah, I just think it would be too early to start argument. That's why I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. I'm not. Yeah, that's good for that correction. I'm not. I thought it's just a commission. I thought it was just a commission that they just have a members and chairman. I thought that was what we be having. So good for that correction. Thank you. So you can go out.
Yeah, so carry on, Okwiton. So yes, it's really the flip-flopping that we were talking about, that because as early as a couple of days ago, he told us that it was duplicitous and therefore one had to go, and then 2 days later he appoints a minister to the one he said he had to go.
Yeah, the flip-flop is the only thing I'm personally worried about. Even though I did concede that it's good for the president to listen to the people and actually readjust some things, but that wouldn't be a usual thing that we want from the presidency, or else the confidence level will still be shut down more. And I think that what Tinubu is actually doing is to react to the people's complaint based on the trust level that he came into the power with, and I think at some point he needs to tune it out and do what he thinks he can do, or else the flip-flopping is not going to help anybody. And that's as far as the Niger Delta, but the news about Dangote, I'm just going to say briefly that I'm not surprised at all. I don't know who is surprised, because we know this is going on.
Your connection is very choppy, Okwiton, but carry on. We can hear you, but it's very choppy, but carry on.
Okay, I will try as much as maybe I should reconnect to my Wi-Fi. Yeah,
but it sounds good, though. One man, I think it sounds very.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Carry on, Okwiton. Yeah, carry on.
Okay, so I'm not really surprised with the Dangote thing, because it's an obvious truth. It's hidden a little bit, for some people who are not following the space. But we already know that when I was in the classroom some years ago teaching economics, I usually tell my students that it is very hard for you to become a billionaire without being a little shady here and there. You have to, we are not talking about a small amount of money here. Dangote might, if we look at the record very well, he will fall in between the top 50 in the world, as far as his billions is concerned. And we know that our politicians always find a way to circumvent money laundering. I'm not alleging that Dangote is involved in money laundering, but I'm just saying that many of our politicians have been finding ways to launder their money. That is, whenever they loot, they want to put it into something that is legal. And I'm telling you that most of our billionaires are available to do this for them. I'm not going to mention names. I'm just saying billionaires generally, as far as Africa is concerned. This is what they do. It's practically what they do. They circulate, African funds, Nigerian funds through, some of the businesses they do, and make it sound like they have all this money, whereas people who hold it together, they are in power. So right from 2000 and I think to 2001, when I was in Kano, I have all the stories behind the Dangotes and how he got up the ladder, and none of this story is far-fetched from the fact that he's been siphoning with some of the Nigerian leaders in the past. So he's been getting away with it. Somebody is putting shining a light on it right now. But I will get everybody's mind prepared. Nothing is going to happen, as far as I'm concerned. But one thing I want to actually query is this, because I've had a lot of people question Tinubu and tell us Tinubu is corrupt. When Emefiele was actually arrested, a lot of these guys were saying that Emefiele is not going to, that is untouchable. Nothing will happen to him because now he's about to tell secrets about Tinubu. He's about to, you guys should go and relax. Now, Emefiele has released names, but none of these names include Tinubu. Now, if Tinubu is actually involved with this, if Emefiele releases his name, the names should also be, talking about Tinubu. I want somebody to mention Tinubu that he is connected with some of these things. I just want it so bad. I'm not one of those who are saying Tinubu is corrupt all around, because I've always said all the politicians in Nigeria are corrupt, but it's just that the level of corruption is deeper than the other. But now, when we talk about the actual corruption that is ruining Nigeria up to this point in time, some people are really heavily involved in it. Are really, really heavily involved in it. But mark my word, Tinubu is not one of them. Yes, he finds his way through the top of the ladder in the way any common Nigerian would do it, which is also corrupt too. But when it comes to the people who actually siphon Nigeria up to this point in time, it's not one of them. You can mark my word right now, and you will be shocked.
What about Lagos State? What about Lagos? Oh, yeah.
Are we focusing on Nigeria now, or we are focusing on Lagos? Because I'm focusing on Nigeria.
Is Lagos in China? Is Lagos in China?
Well. Talk about Lagos State. Okay. Now I'm gonna say one little bit of thing about Lagos State. Now you can say he's corrupt or he stole money, he stole this and stole that. But as far as I'm concerned, right here today, I haven't seen any evidence. Yes, there is hearsay. Please.
Have you seen it? Oh, hold on. Have you seen evidence that Babangida stole money?
Are you kidding me? Woman.
I'm asking you now. Have you seen evidence?
Okay.
My point is that we've not seen evidence that any of them stole money, but we all know that they looted.
I know where you going with that.
Who has been convicted? Who has been convicted? Nobody has been convicted, but we all know they looted.
I know where you're going with that, but Babangida hasn't been prosecuted at all, let alone convicted. Okay, it's a stage. Okay, but there are a lot of filings in court against Tinubu that hasn't exist at all against Babangida. Do you know that? That's the difference. During this election, during the past, election, even in Lagos State elections, there are several filing against Tinubu in court, and none of it came to any water. None of it. Atiku has loads of filing during the election, before the election, during the election, and even after the election, and none of it hold any water. You get what I'm saying? But as far as Babangida is concerned, nobody has ever gone to any court to file anything against this guy.
Was he corrupt? Was Babangida
corrupt? Can I interject, please, if you don't mind?
Yes, he is. He is. But this is what I'm saying. That
hold on. Before you get too carried away, the same principles apply. Yeah, we all know that, but nobody on this planet can say that Babangida is not corrupt. Nothing has been charged or levied against him. Nobody can say that Tinubu was not corrupt. Yeah.
One man, I am not saying that Tinubu is not corrupt. Okay? I think we can get that out of the way.
According to David Cameron, he's fantastically corrupt. To borrow the words of David Cameron,
fantastically corrupt. That is if he gets away with it, right? And so far, he's been getting away with it. You know?
But you seem to be giving him a clean slate.
No. Please. Don't. No. Let's take it in reverse a little bit. I am not giving him a clean slate. Just like I am not giving Obi a clean slate. Just like I am not giving Atiku a clean slate. But the temperature during the election and around the election makes Tinubu the evil among these three. And that is where I have a problem with it.
Oh, all right, I get that. Hold on.
I keep telling people that.
Okweton, can you hear me? Bring it down and hold on. Just bring the tempo down a bit. Let our Prince Daddy come in. Yeah. Prince Daddy, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Foreman. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna ask him if he knows Obasanjo's involvement with you call him Dangote's wealth, how he came about it. And also when it comes to Tinubu, we can't say Tinubu's wealth is localized. Can we say that? I mean, I believe, of course, that he never stole from Nigeria as a country, like the federal purse, central bank, and all those contract, whatever.
Yeah, but he's never had the opportunity to. Has he had the opportunity to?
Well, yes, and of course, and that's why we say Lagos is the fifth biggest economy in Africa, right? So Lagos in itself is a plenty of source to siphon the money to get rich. We know that. Perhaps if you combine the entire 5 states, Lagos is capable of getting one rich. So it's close to like stealing from Nigeria, quite frankly.
All right. So by that logic, is he the most corrupt then? If he has the most access to the most money and he has helped himself the most?
Well, it could be the most corrupt. Well, let's take it back. It depends on the definition. It could be the most person that stole the most money. But what was his impact on Nigeria as a country is another thing. Okay, it's one thing to steal from Lagos, and we know that Lagos is doing well relatively to other states. So what do we say? So it's stealing has an impact on the 35 states and NFC and Abuja. So we can try to rationalize not to encourage stealing, of course, but I can totally understand Tinubu because it's no different than any other governor in Nigeria, of course, including Peter Obi himself, Mr. Angel. Yeah, but I'd like to know Obasanjo's role in now. Dangote is not a street guy. I know we all know that. His family is quite prominent in the Nigerian space, right? And he's come a long way. So it has a lot of connection. But I've heard some maybe rumors or stories about Obasanjo helping Dangote in so many ways to become where he is today.
All right. So what was Obasanjo's role in Dangote's wealth? Did you have any? Because you spoke specifically about Obasanjo. So do you have anything that we should be aware of, Prince?
I've heard some words on the street, and nothing I can verify myself. But of course, nothing I can verify myself. Of course, Obasanjo himself, Mr. Clean Man, is also corrupt to a certain degree. I mean, after his presidency, or was it during his presidency, he came out with Otafam. And I mean, see, all these people, their wealth is quite very easy to audit and trace where the money came from. It's very easy. I mean, IBB, all these people, I mean, there's no rocket science. You can't tell. Sometimes it's not so difficult. You can't say you work for the federal government and you get paid whatever, $100,000 or $200,000 a month, and you say you're a millionaire and you have all this property. From where? I mean, how does that happen? And even a doctor, depending on where you live around the world, I can determine how much you're worth. It's not that complicated. Unless you win a lottery, then that's a different ballgame. But if you say you're working for somebody or you have a business, we can audit your business and tell you how much you're making, how much you're not making. What are your investments? These things are not complicated. So when all these people come up with a bunch of money, how do they make the money? Where did they steal the money from? We can tell. Not a big deal.
All those Dangote cement and refineries, I've always thought it's just a cover story to justify that question, really, to answer that question, where did this money come from? His money didn't come from any cement nonsense. It's from round-tripping dollars. But Okwiton, back to you.
Yeah, I guess it's not far from how I put it anyway. It's a camouflage. They're just doing a cover up with all the business. It's not the only one, by the way. It's just that it's one of the major one. But if you look at the amount of money, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, and Nigeria is in so much mess right now. And just to think about this. Imagine how many of these people exist in Nigeria. How many of them is actually taking this loot? Okay, let's just say this amount of money is just 10% of the whole amount that is being stolen from Nigeria. That means we still have about 90% spread all over some fools that call themselves billionaires, out there. I'm going to be very careful answering some of your questions when you ask a question directly about if we have any facts. I don't think you should be asking that, because it's like you are trying to get somebody in trouble. You know, none of us have any facts towards what we are saying right now. But you know, some things are just so true that you don't need anybody to tell you. You know, before you see the obvious fact. Like my brother Prince said, you know, when somebody is accumulating billions, you can't just tell me this is because he's selling sugar or because he's selling cement. You know, the money is just too much. You know, and that tells you that this is coming from somewhere that is shady. You know, like I said earlier, you know, when I tell students in classroom that, you know, it's not that easy to make billions of dollars or any currency without being shady, especially when you make that money within a very short period of time. Look at the number of billionaires that we have in Nigeria. It doesn't take them long to make that money. Not at all. I mean, we've had story about Dangote for a very long while. It's been a while. I mean, it's been around for years. But leave Dangote aside. Do you know the number of billionaires we have in Nigeria now that you don't even know their background story? That you don't even know how everything began for them. They just spring up like a snap of a finger.
Do you think it's too powerful to go after Dangote? Do you think it's too powerful to go after?
Yeah, I think Tinubu is just going to end his government before it starts if he tries that. I'm sorry to say that. You know, it's just too much. It's just too much. You know, because when you right from the beginning, when he canceled the fuel subsidy, we are talking about cabals. Are you kidding me? How is it possible for a cabal to exist in Nigeria without Dangote? You know, if the guy holds it together, you know, publicly, then that should tell you that he's a kingpin. You know, so I don't know how he's going to do it, but I think personally he's untouchable. He's untouchable. You know, the only way this can be written well in our history is to have Dangote called to a mediation table. You know, to have a way that this amount of money is going to be, you know, paid back somehow, or, you know, help to improve Nigeria somehow with it. But I'm pretty sure the calculation we are doing here, I'm sure the money must have gone to several places, you know, several individuals. So it's not just him. So if somebody mentioned his name, he's probably going to mention 10,000 more, you know. So, and at the end of the day, the tentacle, it will be too much to handle, you know. In order to investigate people like this, Nigeria is going to spend more money than we have right now. Trust me, you want to investigate billions of dollars that is being stolen, you need some billions of dollars to do that investigation. Yeah, do we really want to spend that kind of money investigating some people like that? No, I don't think so. I think what I would really wish right now is, right at this point in time, you know, it should be a reflection period for Nigerians that yes, we have soaked ourselves deep in a mess. Now, rather than for us to take the remaining amount of money that we have to be chasing after some fools, let's use that amount to move forward, and let's the reflection that we have now help everybody to redirect the way we culturalize ourselves. You know, because as far as I'm concerned, almost every home in Nigeria is corrupt. You know, I'm sorry to say this because now I'm splattering things to my friends on this platform too. You know, but this is what I mean, because when I say that,
Ajale Koko is not corrupt, though. At least of all of the names here, Ajale Koko is not corrupt. We can say that.
Well, he can make himself believe. He can make himself believe that as long as he is able to sleep well, you know. But the clear fact is this: one way or the other, we are in it together. You know, we are part of it together. You know, yes, Baba Ajale Koko, maybe he has gone to Nigeria several times and he has never given any bribe once, not even 20 naira. You know, but I'm pretty sure, as much as I hate corruption and I hate bribery, I've given one of the Nigerian Ojos, I've given them money before. You know, because sometimes you get hooked. Yes, you can fight your right all you can and you'll be free later, but it's going to waste a lot of your time. That the amount of money you will lose is just too much that you will not consider that, and then you just pay them and just go your way, you know. So, but that is not my main attributes to corruption all over. The main attribute to corruption is the fact that now, one man, if Tinubu calls you today to come and head a particular cabinet, guess how many members of your family will be calling you to congratulate you? And they're not just only going to congratulate you, they will throw a party in your family yard for everybody to come and chop rice. Why? Because Baba don't chop up. You are on the next level. And you know where that is going? And that is exactly where the problem is. If anybody is, you see the last time when one of the women were called to the ministerial post. Unfortunately, now her name is not being cleared yet. She was dancing around. She was dancing around. You know.
Yeah, we played the clip here. She was singing Christian songs. But bring it home, Okweton. Then we move the conversation on. Bring it home.
Yeah, so you know, in order to just have a conclusion, I think Tinubu shouldn't waste too much time trying to investigate all these people, because that will cost us a lot of money, a lot of money. And I bet you, some of us that are clamoring for the corruptible to be prosecuted, some of us, we also come out to be backing them. Do you know how many of the mainstream media have been actually shouting at the top of their loins about Emefiele right now? Emefiele, they're punishing this guy too much. They're doing this, they do it. The same people that are crying that Emefiele is punishing Nigeria during the cashless policy, they are turning around now, defending the guy. And that is us. Sometimes I've wondered, do we even know where we are going? We want to punish the corrupt, but then when the corruption is being picked up by the DSS, we keep crying again. You know, so it's very difficult situation. You know, I think mediation should be a paramount step for Tinubu to straighten Nigerian corruption.
Sorry, Okweton, one man is part of it too.
How come? I will have my one of you. If I was ever president of Nigeria, everybody goes to jail.
You know, left for me, I would have loved that they punish these guys, that they're rotting in jail, you know, but it's going to cost Nigeria a lot more than we imagine. In fact, maybe more than what they stole. So what's the point? So I think I'll put a peg on it here. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Let me acknowledge the super chats that have come in, and then I'll move the conversation on. I want to go to the Joe Igbokwe space. So this, when you say super chat, of course, very quickly you mentioned the name Ayo, but Ayo has gone into overdrive today. So that's Ayo there. Not stopping there, that's Ayo there again. Not stopping there, that's still Ayo there again. Not stopping there, that's still Ayo there again. Still not stopping there, that's still Ayo there again. Not stopping there, that's still Ayo there again. Not stopping there, that's still Ayo there again. And not stopping there, that's still Ayo there again. So Ayo seems to have rattled through all of the options on the super sticker.
Well, man.
Yeah.
Ayo is the Olowe Ikenga.
Olowe Ikenga. Ayo is the official sponsor of this platform now. I think
that's why I named him Olowe Ikenga.
Yeah, it's the official sponsor of this platform. That's beyond question. But then, of course, you don't mention Ayo without mentioning Alexander Gomez. So that's Alexander Gomez right there. And that's Kaizorian Empire right there. So that's Kaizo. Is a Kenyan intellectual that speaks to the Pan-African space on his network. So I'm trying to set something up with him. So I might be bringing him, almost certainly will be bringing him to the platform to expand our conversations beyond just the Nigerian space. So I'm in talks with Kaizo. So that's Kaizo just nodding to say hello. And Okweton TV opened up that space with that super chat right there. So keep them coming. So keep them coming as we move the conversation on and take it in the direction of our Prince Daddy. So now, Prince Daddy, not often do I agree with Joe Igbokwe, but I have to agree with him in this instance. Let me bring you this. Joe Igbokwe tackles Ekweremadu's son for holding elaborate wedding despite his parents being in jail. All Progressive Congress APC chieftain Joe Igbokwe has tackled Loy Ikechukwu Ekweremadu, son of convicted Nigerian Senator Ike Ekweremadu, for holding an elaborate wedding ceremony despite his parents being in jail. Our correspondent earlier reported that Lloyd on Saturday tied the knot with his lover, Tiffany Obina Uzo. The wedding ceremony, which was held at the Basilica of Grace Anglican Communion, Abuja, had in attendance the Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, and other top politicians. Recall that Ekweremadu on the 23rd of June 2022 was charged with conspiring to arrange the travel of a 21-year-old boy. So they have to go away from this language of describing a 21-year-old as a boy. It's a man from Lagos into the United Kingdom to harvest organs. So you know the rest of the backdrop. Because what Joe Igbekwe is actually saying is he wrote, if I were to be Ekweremadu's son, I would not have staged this elaborate wedding ceremony with my father and mother being in prison. I would have done a low-key marriage ceremony and waited till my parents are free. This generation scares me stiff. So do you agree then that it's totally just rankles and somewhat in poor taste at this elaborate wedding? So Prince Daddy, yes. So this elaborate wedding by Ekweremadu's son, Prince Daddy.
Oh yeah, well, man. Okay, I didn't know you were coming to me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can perfectly. Carry on.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think I heard some of the readout. What a lot of people were feeling, or are still feeling, sorry for Ekweremadu, but there goes his son, right? Doing an elaborate wedding. What can we say? what can we make out of it? You know, interesting enough, I was just thinking about the man, Ekweremadu, and his family, like maybe last week or so, how he is coping in jail in England, but I guess I cannot be too over sympathetic.
His son was not thinking of him, his son was thinking about his Owambe, you know.
Exactly. Imagine that. So what can I say now? Yeah, is it insensitivity or what is it? I don't know what to make of it. Of course, he can get married. Life doesn't stop because his father is in jail or mother, even though our, horrible that may sound, but
it's not that the wedding should not take place, because
exactly,
like you said,
to my point,
life should go on, but a massive Owambe with all of the great and not so good in the yes.
Of course, that's what I disagree with. I mean, do you need to be told about? I mean, sometimes we can't project our own way of thinking or doing things onto others. Quite frankly, you would think common sense would prevail. That, come on, dude, keep it low. I mean, you can't make it public. Your dad, a prominent figure in Nigeria. You just keep it low, get married, and just stay home and be happy with your wife and move on. Does he have to be told? If he has to be told, then what can I say about it? And I don't know what to say. Obviously, maybe
sorry, Prince. Even if his parents signed off on that wedding, should he have known better? Because sometimes they will give you that window, expecting you to make the right choices.
Exactly.
This boy is a dumbass, isn't he? Really?
Yes, that's the word. It's a dumbass. That's what it is. I mean, how old is he, anyways? I don't know how old the kid is or the man is. I would say
it looks in his 30s, just from the look of the picture.
Yeah, it looks like in the early 30s or so, late 20s. Yeah. But yeah, I don't think. Yeah, they gave him the go ahead, but. Maybe that was his interpretation. Maybe the dad told, hey, for all we know, who knows? Maybe Ekweremadu told him, hey, son, do it big, go all out. We never know if you're gonna make it out of here. Who knows? I don't know. It was a family affair, So whatever it is.
It's funny, actually. We've forgotten about the Ekweremadus. I wonder if they make them wear those blue jumpers that we see on television.
Is that what they wear? They do orange here. I don't know what they do in England, but if it's a blue jumpsuit.
I think it's a brown khaki. I think it'll be really, if somebody wants to make money, they should get a phone in and sneak out a picture of Ekweremadu in a prison gear. That picture would be worth at least £100,000 or something.
Oh yeah, for sure. But anyway,
okay. Ìgbà tó fẹ́ lọ máa yọ kíni ọmọ lọ́mọ
because of his daughter ni.
Ó lè gbé, ó lè gbà ni.
All right, Prince Ali, let me take you to this cryptic messaging that El Rufai is putting out on social media. Then El Rufai shares Bob Marley's song about betrayal by friends after Nuhu Ribadu Obasani double-crossed him before Tinubu. We've been seeing a lot of this in fact, there was a clip that he was actually dancing along to Bob Marley songs. I wanted to play it, but the Bob Marley song would have copyright me. But what are you making of El Rufai? All these little snippets that he's dropping in the public space, and really the way he was treated. A lot of people feel that that window is not fully closed yet, and there's still the expectation that even in the first term, he'll be a senior minister within the Tinubu administration. But Nuhu Ribadu withdrawing his security clearance. What are you making of that?
Yeah, I also had a reservation about it. See, if Erifai wasn't hot-headed, it knows better. It know the game that's being played, if any. It knows. It shouldn't have like stormed out. It could have just relaxed, take his time. Didn't have to get upset about it. Of course, he has direct access to Tinubu. Send a column, text message him, and just calm down. It will be taken care of. But the way the media portray the story, it appears to be like is like entitled. It has a sense of entitlement, and I think that's also coupled to the fact that truly I believe that he wanted to go pursue his PhD program and take a break from politics or governance. Let's put it that way. I don't doubt that. When he said it, I sincerely believed him, just like Fashola also, that he wants to take a break. So it's not a big deal. But what happened, this is part of the leadership. It could have been resolved. But we know El Rufai is a feisty man. He doesn't take BS for no one. And that's the reason why y'all came to that point. Quite frankly, I think the situation can still be remedied. No doubt about it. And I think Tinubu believes in his capacity, and there's room for him to come back if he wants to. I think there's a reservation right there for him. There's room to come back because Tinubu. You can tell that's one thing that when people want to lose sleep over Tinubu and all these politicians, I can tell a lot of people don't have the ability to really put people on the scale or to analyze people based on information they have. It's which requires some wisdom. Tinubu again is just another politician. He's not an angel, but it believes it has its own work ethics and the way it wants things. Even sometimes a thief wants the best of the best. So Tinubu, Erufai is. We all agree. Most people I would say on this platform that is a brilliant man. He's smart. And has to work as a good administrator. He can get the job done, and Tinubu knows that, and he doesn't want to overlook that. I think it's going to be a plus in his administration to give him a good rating, if you want to put it that way, and make things work. I think whatever position is given is just excellent. That is Erufai, and can get the job done. This young guy also we talk about, is it Tijani's name is? Bonsu Tijani. That guy, with all his shenanigans, that's how I look at a leader. Your ability to overlook certain things that are like, petty to some certain degree, and just concentrate, be more message focused on, in this case, on a person's ability to carry out that task or the job. And that's what Tinubu did with that guy. Why should he be? I mean, is he the most brilliant person in Nigeria to occupy that space? Perhaps not. There are plenty, especially in the IT. These young guys, there are plenty of them. There are a lot of people that can probably do that job. That boss Tijani, actually, perhaps I only heard about him on your show for the first time. And I don't know much about him politically. I know you said it's kind of loud on social media and whatnot. So it tells me that, hey, there are other brilliant people out there that we've not heard about that can do the same job. But Tinubu recognizes him, he sees him, and he thinks he can do the job. You overlook all these other shenanigans. Hey, let's move on. Get the right people to do the job. Yes, and Tinubu doesn't take a lot of things personally. Yes, he doesn't do that. Or like Obasanjo, Obasanjo always like to retaliate to show his leadership, not leadership, but his dominance over people or over things. Tinubu doesn't seem to be that, which is a great mark, all mark of a leader. Um, so yeah, so to verify, personally, I'll be glad, happy if he comes back and say, yeah, and I'll come back to work. It's a plus for Nigeria. It's good for everyone.
Tinubu, because a lot of people feel that Tinubu is smart, but it will be really dumb of him to let that guy become an enemy of the villa, because he's very popular in the north and is very powerful. So you want somebody like El-Rufai on your side, really, rather than against you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, why make him an enemy? He knows, the 48 laws of power. That is Tinubu. He knows how to play this game. I mean, even after the rancor with Afenifere light or heavy, with all these anti-Tinubu people. What is the man's name from Afenifere and this Lagosian people?
Debanjo.
Banjo, yeah,
Yes.
it sent emissaries to them somewhat you know to to get things back in line, to not to curry favor, but sometimes unnecessary enemies don't serve anybody. It's better to keep them close and know what is going on, and get them on your side, because when you do win one of those people, you win their constituents or the people that support them, and that's how you play the game. If you, I mean, sometimes that's why people leadership, has certain qualities. People that can do that, they're selfless in a lot of ways. Not like Kobe, he likes to be Mr. Know all and be at the center of the stage, but to overlook a lot of things.
Just as an aside, Prince Daddy, what are you making of that image of Peter Obi surrounded by Akpabio, Jubrin Barao, and all of this at the wedding of the Deputy Senate President? What are you making of that image? What are we meant to read into that?
I think from what you read, was it your personal description of the picture? Yeah, it's I don't know what, Peter Obi is a chameleon. I don't know what to make of him. Um, he likes to, there's this song lyrics. Let it go. You don't have to lie to kick it. Peter B would lie and camouflage to kick it with certain people, just to be relevant, just to be known. He wants to be in the knowing. That's Peter B right there. That's why it's a man with no, as far as I'm concerned, political ideology. It goes everywhere and try to pick all the nice things in the world. It's like Mr. Perfect. Like, oh, Peter B knows this and that. It's Peter B is an opportunist, just like Sheon Kuti said. I don't know. I can never know what to make of him, but I just know is a person not to be trusted. Just if you want to keep him at bay, but if yeah, but that's Peter B there. I don't know. I don't know what to make of the picture, but it likes to be. I think you read something also that somebody said this is real politics. Is that what you said in the caption, or?
Yeah, no, that was Ahmed Bashir Ahmed, who was the special assistant digital communications or something for the Buhari administration. So he was saying that that the reality of politics is actually what Peter Obi is dawning on him now. That you cannot be in the middle of the forest screaming and shouting with a bunch of fang-toothed, creatures from the back of beyond. You have to come into the So that's.
Peter B was never in the middle of the forest. He was just riding the wave. He's no stupid. Yes. I actually respect Peter B. Let's put it. I've said it before on the platform that is a unique man. Is a man of perhaps one millionth of the population of the world. He falls into that category. A governor in the largest black nation in the world. two-term governor, ran for VP as a VP, ran for presidency. Is rich. I understand his wealth might be up to $100 million or more. The guy's got a lot of money and he's wealthy. Is quite successful.
There was a time he was telling us that he's richer than Joe Biden.
Oh, for sure. I believe that. I believe that for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Even though, of course, Joe Biden is corrupt, but Peter B, if he's got $100 million, then Joe Biden don't come close to him. Not at all.
How
Not
do you
at
know
all.
Joe Biden is corrupt, Prince Daddy?
Is he related to you?
Yes, my uncle.
We all know the narrative of Hunter Biden. Now we all know his narrative.
Exactly. They're not going to talk about that.
So Mohammed, are you QAnon now or what?
QAnon, look at this guy.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm in the dark web. I'm everywhere. Yeah.
See, because the liberal, the popular media are not talking about it. This information is out there so plain and plentiful. So plain and plentiful. If I ask him about it, as he's seen this, I didn't even see the person's name. If he's seen onto Biden's video with little kids, in a sexual position, if he's seen him taking drugs and all these things are out there. And not me talking, the Senate, they have documentation about the corruption of money transfer from Burisma in Ukraine. Let's forget about American politics, I should say. But it's out there. So what do you mean?
Can I come in?
Come in, yeah.
Okay, so you said something about the mainstream media. Now, the reason why the mainstream media is not carrying stories like that is the only reason why Fox News is paying $780 million to Dominion. And not only that, they are now in court to pay even 2 times that to the other voting machine. So that's the reason why a reputable mainstream media is not going to carry any news that doesn't have a footing. I'm not going to dispute.
That is fake news.
Prince, I'm not going to dispute with you if it's accurate or not. But I'm just telling you that if you open a very solid media that is generating funds, you don't want to go into news if you cannot back that news. And so far, most of the things you are hearing out there is just completely having no footing yet. Now, about the Hunter Biden pictures and all that. Look, the guy was on drug. Everybody knows the information is out. It's not hidden. The guy was on drug. He has to go to rehab. And now, if that has to be a political problem for his father, that's what I can argue to. But as far as his drug problem is concerned, it's out there. It's not hidden. Now, the Republicans are making it look like it's a new thing, but it's not new. His father actually talked about it in an interview that my son have a problem, and I'm trying to manage this as a best father as I could. It's out there.
Is that Opitan?
That is Opitan.
Okay, thank you for that submission. The man himself, what they're trying to do is to clean his child.
Why is everybody's connection choppy today? But carry on, Dewali, we can hear you. But you are driving, Abi?
No, I'm no longer driving. I'm just in the car.
Hello, Walmart.
What?
Yeah.
Walmart. So I think you need to check your connection. Is it Prince Daddy that is talking? Or Piton? They are very, very clear. I don't need any other medical testimony to that.
Don't mind these UK people. Their network is always that bad. They will be, making us feel as if live on that.
All right, carry on, Dewali.
Okay, so real quick, just to buttress what you're saying, what Republican in the House they are trying to do is to pin his son's sin on the father. That look, what this son is doing is to enrich his father by proxy, by appointing him and putting him on the board of some of these businesses, that are overseas, especially the one in Ukraine. But they've not succeeded. So what they're now trying to do is to use his own, what do I call it now? Misdoing against the son, but not to the father himself, because they are not able to establish the link between the son and the father, that the father is using his position to enrich himself. The son, anybody can be accused of. You see, the majority of people, Nigerians are in America, and I tell you this, especially when you are working in an establishment, your taxes are going to be deducted monthly, right? But if you're a businessman, you know how you pad stuff, and some of people on this platform, maybe they've paid money back to the IRS one way or the other. It's not new. But when you are audited and they realize that, okay, you need to pay certain money back because you haven't paid for some time, you could go to prison for that. And part of it is why Biden's son is going to go into prison now, if possible, if because convicted. But the people look at that as, oh, he has committed big atrocity and other, but that is the only thing you could charge him for in the court. Anyway, I don't want to dwell much on American politics, because that's what Prince Daddy wants us to drive us into. We won't get out of that rabbit hole if I'm going to be doing that today. So,
Yeah, thank you very much. Can I add one more thing, one more, please? I just want to.
Yeah. Sorry, make it the last one, because, like Dewale said, we don't want to really go deep into American politics. But yeah,
Okay.
go on.
I just want everybody to have a flashback to 2016, what the same Republican Party did to Hillary Clinton. And just 3 or 2 years after that, what happened? Everything about the email coming to the open. And it was all falsehood. So talk about witch hunting. That is what you call witch hunting. That is my space. Like, that is where I dwell every day. So Prince, you can DM me and we can have discussion on that.
Well, thanks for that invitation. I was going to say the same thing. We're going to do that at Thomas's after hours sometimes, and spend a couple of hours to go over this, because what you're saying, it's one-sided and it's liberal bias information. And by the way, the issue about the voting machine company being suing Fox, it's all bogus. And the information that I'm providing to you, I'm talking about information from people like Chuck Grassley, that's been in the Senate for over 40 years. They have documentation records. They have proven record. It's not about misinformation. It's out there in the public. But anyway, you and I need to meet up and have a debate. Let's move on.
Prince Daddy, I wish First Incorporated can say what you're saying now. I wish.
That
All
what?
the anchors are out.
You know why I chuckled, eh? You know why I chuckled? Because having listened to you in the past, I'm finding it difficult to believe you right now. That's just the reason why I'm.
Why? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, I listen to you very well, and I'm like, who is talking? Are you the one talking, or somebody else? Like, what's going on?
Oh, I see. I think you're mistaking me with Babati, not me. It's somebody else. It's
You
not me.
always get your facts right. You always get your facts right. I give you that. But this, no, something is wrong somewhere.
Okay, we talk about it. We talk about it. All right, Walmart. Walmart, you still there? I think you stepped out.
He has gone to raid the fish. But real quick before he comes back, you
All
see
right.
that son, that Ekweremadu son, Nari Lomani, Nari Basta. Okay. I mean it, not in a joking way. I'm truly mean it.
I
That
know.
son
What
is
about
a
if his dad was
bastard.
gonna give him the permission though?
Even
That's what I was
if his
thinking.
parents said go ahead with the wedding, your parents are in prison because of your sister, and you don't deem it fit to honor them by being at least a little bit quiet, in a sober way, so that it's your it is your right to get married. Like you say, life moves on. But when that's actually should teach us a lesson that we parents, we are saying this because we grew up having that omoluabi kind of training. When you prioritize, you realize that your parents are part of your life one way or the other, and no matter how you move away from them, they are still your parents, and you want to honor them. You want to do everything, just to make sure that at least you honor their name. Ekuremadu did not go to prison because he stole money in Nigeria, but he went to prison because it was time to save his daughter's life. But at least you, as a son, I want to believe that is his first son, if not possible. At least deem it fit to at least give them that respect, but you went ahead and threw the parties and invite everyone and make it a society wedding, not his wedding. At the end of the day, the wedding might even be scattered tomorrow. But to me, that's a true definition of Omali, real bastard, real true bastard.
Male.
I couldn't disagree
But,
more, really. But
I
I
think the
couldn't
father
agree
may
more,
have
rather.
signed off. I
Is
think the father may have signed off on it. I
Even if the
imagine that
father
the father
sign up,
will.
even if the father sign up, come on, man.
Adewale,
Yeah.
thank you very much for using that. I was actually looking for, sorry, pardon me for bashing. I was actually looking for the right word to describe the conduct of that young man. I think he just captured it very succinctly. I'm embarrassed on his behalf and his family's behalf. And I'm more embarrassed by those people that went there to go and back register. So it's just sum it up that way. It's unfortunate.
All right. Let me take you to this space, Prince, that the President Tinubu announces new minister designate for Niger Delta development reassigns portfolios. So now the newly appointed now portfolioed ministers are to be sworn in on Monday, which will be today or tomorrow, depending on wherever people are. But even before they are sworn in, this guy is already reshuffling the cabinet, and the Niger Delta Development Ministry, the Niger Delta Affairs Ministry that he told us was duplicitous, he now appoints a minister to take charge of it. So is this flip-flopping that is now emerging as a theme, or are we reading too much into it, Prince?
Yeah, I didn't know if I didn't hear Tinubu say it was duplicitous. I don't know. Maybe you said that, but I don't know what to make of that position. No, you would think Niger Delta Development it's as an important portfolio of ministry to have, for sure. But in regards to shuffling portfolios or things not being settled right now, it's not a bad thing. This is part of the storming part of forming a group, a cabinet. Say, unlike I heard, during Buhari's time, it hardly reshuffled, if he did at all, the ministers to the second term when some left and new people were appointed. So because Tinubu is thinking and is trying to find a balance in his cabinet. That's why there's reshuffling. That's why things are not settled right now. Because that's what a good leader or administrator do. If you recognize people's talent or someone may be good at certain things, you move them to that spot. So this is not alarming. It is fine. To me, it's part of the process. And because a leader that listens is more likely to reorganize and make new presentations. Maybe he's been convinced that, hey, it needs this ministry, and that's why it's taking it on. One thing I know, as much as Nigeria is corrupt, as people say, it has its constitution. It has its a lot of good things about it. So Nigeria actually has a lot of things, but the system doesn't seem to work because those tools are never put in place to work. So we may be saying that this ministry is useless, or we don't need it, but it doesn't mean that it's not there. It wouldn't do something good for the country or for the region in which it's situated. So I can't say. Maybe it could be as simple as him trying to pay a favor. Who knows? Okay. But I like to give Tinubu the benefit of the doubt that it is still trying to normalize its cabinet, and that's why there's some shuffling going on and still moving things around. You got to keep in mind, it's still less than 90 days in his presidency.
Yeah,
So
is that not exactly the point, though? is less than 90 days into his administration, and we're already seeing the level of indecisiveness to the point that he appoints people as ministers designate, and then they get turned back at the Senate door because he's withdrawn their name. And then the person that made him president, he stabs him in the back. And then the portfolio that he announced 2 days ago, he's already reshuffling it. It's
No,
indecisive, it's flip-flopping, isn't it?
no, I would never say that. Of course, Nigeria, it's a pretty big country, and just like you guys know, so the gatekeepers or the people that are in the process of making things work appropriately, like Bajabi Amila and maybe Nuru Rubadu and all these other people, they may be dropping the ball. So I mean, Tinubu may need to tighten things up with those people because we know he's not the one, you know, writing down the names of these ministers and who goes to the Senate on what day. I mean, that's not his job. If overarchingly, it provides leadership. It doesn't do the nitty gritty of all this work. So let's maybe talk to Bajabi Mila. Of course, it's first.
Are you telling us that Tinubu is not in control? That Gbajabi Amila is in control of the.
No, no, I didn't say that. I said,
that
Tinubu.
is what you are insinuating now.
No, no, I didn't. No,
People should not be blamed that we have to go after Gbajabi Amila.
No, I say it needs to tighten up those people at those points of contact. Those are really important. The people, what Miller's job is to get the right people through the Senate and make sure if somebody's going to be recalled, they don't recall that person in an embarrassment like it happened to that lady. That's what I'm talking about. Those little things that need to be tightened up that make the big splash on the media page, on the newspaper pages. Which to me, if I don't hear it on your platform, one man, I'll probably pin my tone. I can care less about those things. So it's not about Tinubu not being in charge. Many times, just like the ministries that we have, the bureaucracy in Nigeria and every other government for that matter, is the gatekeepers. Those are the people that's supposed to do certain things. Is either they can delay you, or circumvent things, and that's what happens all the time. Look at for a good example is of course is El Rufai. El Rufai of all people. We expect El Rufai to walk into Tinubu's office at any time and do whatever he wants. But something happened, and now we're like, okay, is that what incompetence or what is going on? No, it's El Rufai we're talking about. It's quite clear that there are some people trying to cause havoc along the way. It's quite clear. People trying to circumvent certain things. This is politics. So it has nothing to do with Tinubu. Tinubu would not subsidy, the currency unification, all these things.
Oh no, Prince Daddy, why are you saying they has nothing to do with him? He's the one that appointed them. He's the one that they're doing the shuffling. You can't say he's not. Are you saying that they are doing all these things without his knowledge? Are you saying that Amila is the one doing the reshuffling now without the Tinubu's knowledge? Everything is done with his knowledge and approval.
But we're talking about execution. The execution of it is becoming a problem. That's why I say you should call in Bajabi Mila, Nuru Bado, and these other people that are points of contact.
What do you mean by execution of what? Execution of what?
Like for example, that faux pas that happened, if you want to call it that happened with the lady at the Senate, at the Senate on the.
No, right on that one. Yeah.
Okay, they call that back. I mean, that's just a mess. You can't tell me Tinubu knew all about that. It's better like if anybody or whomever is assigned to that task. So people are dropping the ball. That's my point here. So to avoid this media splash headlines, you got to call Bajabi like, dude, come in. Do you need more assistance on what is going on here? Let's stop this nonsense. This is just nonsense happening right now. So
it's reshuffling, but on this reshuffling without taking office, who do you want to blame for that?
No, that's to me, that's what I call part of the norming stage of the administration. They're forming, they're norming, they're trying to normalize things, and before they get to the final execution of what they're trying to do. So the fact that he's doing all these things right now to me is not a big deal. In fact, I commend him for doing it. If you, as a leader, if you recognize a mistake, Do not be too arrogant and adamant. Go right away and make the changes.
Would you be as forgiving if it was under Buhari's administration? Would you be as forgiving?
Buhari is highly incompetent. Okay.
Yes, well, yeah, that's what you would have. If it was Buhari, that's what you would have said. That this was high level of incompetence. Yes.
Praise Daddy.
I think, can I come in for a
Praise Daddy. Just real quick, Bishop. One of the ministerial nominee that was reshuffled was this man that was nominated for Ministry of Youth, right? So and he was taken off from that ministerial position. So isn't that what you can call a listening leadership? You know, when there's so much noise about something and you listen and you try to rationalize it and work on it.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, that's what I say. I totally agree with that. Yeah,
It's governing by opinion polls. That's what
not necessary. Not
it's
necessary.
governing by opinion polls.
No, you may not be preview.
Once you don't see, people can see from afar, and you have to listen.
That is true.
A good leader listen and hear voices and listen to those voices, and sometimes he will make decisions that are not popular, but I think sometimes people see it from afar. You can't appoint somebody in this late 60 or middle 60 as a leader of the youth. How does that? Where do you find that?
Yeah, that's a good adjustment right there. Yeah.
They did not know his age when you appointed him.
The argument is this. You see, leaders, it's not just about imposing themselves on the people.
I agree.
In leadership school, some people are born to be a leader. Anybody can learn to be a leader. But you see, leaders don't listen the most than talking. Now,
hold on. You don't seem to get what the concern is.
I understand that.
The concern is that it should be getting the decisions right in the first instance, rather than all this flip-flopping. And a government can hold on. What do you mean is human? What do you mean is human? No, leave all of that. That's just tautology. It's barely 2 months into an administration and is changing positions almost on a weekly basis, and that is a cause for concern.
Because he has a prerogative.
Look, that's just I don't even know what that means. That has no meaning. Of course, he has the prerogative
to do whatever he wants to do.
He has the prerogative to get it right. He has the prerogative to get it right. What are we talking about here?
One man. This is my submission. The man has the prerogative to choose to reshuffle as many times as he wanted. The law allows that. That there's nothing that says absolutism in whatever he's doing, that he must get it right. Remember, those people that are being nominated, that has been nominated for ministerial position, he may not even know half of them. Maybe through interaction and other means.
The law allows you
to
flip-flop all the time. The law allows him flip-flop. I mean, the law allows him to flip-flop, back to back, right?
Correct yourself.
And hold on, Dewale, we're not talking about him being 2 years into an administration. We're talking about him being 2 months into an administration. And is reversing positions and just flipping around so many times, barely 2 months into an administration. He's not sworn in this minister, and is already reshuffling them. That's not flip-flopping. Is that not flip-flopping? That's a flip-flop.
That is not flip-flopping.
Woman, can I?
Go ahead, Bishop. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't want my good friend permit me to use that to say that I disagree with you completely. Completely. This is even beyond flip-flopping. I'm embarrassed. I'm ashamed. A commander-in-chief will order a strike on a location by military that will claim thousands of lives, and it will come back 2 hours or 2 days later and say, oh, okay, that was an error. What are we talking about here? The buck stops at his table. Even though I have always said, and I still have very serious reservations about the competence of Bajabi Amila and the people around him. Look, we cannot excuse this. I am angry. I am ashamed. I'm embarrassed that we are going through this nonsensical nonsense. We will not have spared Buhari this kind of something. I won't defend this. I'm ashamed. You announced people 2 days ago, after he's taken 2-3 months to vet them, and 2 days later you are doing a reshuffle. Oh my goodness. I hope, I wish, I really pray that they will tidy up all these loose ends. I have predicted earlier on that I don't see Bajabi Amila lasting the first term of 4 years. It's becoming very increasingly very, how do I call it now? It's a mismatch for that position. He's not doing his job. And it's, of course, the buck stops at the president's desk. And it's becoming very obvious that there's a problem.
Bishop, is there a danger that Tinubu might not be who we imagine him to be?
No.
Is he a spent force? Is he past his twilight?
No, well, that's very, very. I try as much. I know I might not be all the time to be objective. I have that fear too in my quiet moment, and I began to ask some questions. But I think that is because I thought he should have gone beyond the pressure of having to want to satisfy people. He should want to call the shots. That I'm embarrassed is an understatement. Like you selected, it took you more than 60 days to come up with a team. In the first day, we're beginning to have issues with that team, and in just how many days you are flip-flopping. Look, if there is any other thing that is worse than flip-flop, I will use that word or phrase. This is flip-flop. That I like Tinubu will not take that away from me. I have that in an able right. I'm embarrassed that I've shaped. So, my friend and brother, compatriot, Adewale, please, this
it must not carry on because the window of tolerance for it is shorting fast. If it goes on in this manner, then people, even his most, because it cannot do it too many more times.
Sure. I was going to say.
I'm sorry, Adewale. I'm an advocate, but I bought in and I supported and I contributed, but this was, I don't know. I don't.
Well, I was going to say, I tend to agree with you, Bishop, on most topics or most debates, but not on this one at all. I like to say, if I remember correctly, how it goes, the 4 stages of forming a group. You have the forming, the storming, and norming and performing. So Tinubu is still in the trying to normalize his cabinet, and the fact that all these things are happening right now at the nascent stage of his cabinet is not a big deal. So to me, I don't even pay no mind to it. I expect this man. And by the way, Bishop, sometimes there've been some costly decision made by military commanders. Okay, like in Bagram in Baghdad, when they ordered an airstrike, and the airstrike struck a wedding in the village and killed the bride and groom and the family members. So yes, people do make costly mistakes. It happens all the time. And the notion that Tinubu is maybe putting wrong people at the wrong cabinet is not a big deal. It's just not a big deal to me. I can care less about that. I'd rather have him right now make his correction, admit what is done wrong so we can move on than trying to sweep things under the carpet and pretend that, oh, everything's nice and glory. No, I don't like that. See, that's one thing about Nigerians. And when I said 1 minute earlier, because we have to recognize the time that we are in. If you're in tough times or not, okay? When it comes to corruption, I think now we should be like be tough on corruption, but some people are like, oh no, Emefiele has been treated this and that. We should be more careful. When do we get serious? When do we have to pretend all the time? Tinubu could have been pretending right now, and they all paint a picture of a glorious, beautiful thing going on in Aso Rock or with his people, whereas it could be chaos. But now we know about this quote unquote chaos.
Prince, if Tinubu is struggling with something as rudimentary as just assembling a team, if he's finding just assembling a team, we always talk about the abundance of talents we have in Nigeria. It's not as though it's a long and deep search to find a team. For every specialism, there's an abundance of overqualified Nigerians to fill any spot. If he's struggling to assemble something as rudimentary as a team, then is the confidence in him misplaced? Is really where the question is.
Well, yeah. To your point, yeah. Quickly, Baba, before I believe Baba. So, and that can pretty much point out what the challenge may be. If you have an overabundance of talents, it could be a challenge. But sometimes it's not about the talent in itself. That's one thing. The talent and also coupled with the right fit. And that's why, quite frankly, like some people on this platform, that I say Gbajabiamila is a better fit than a Fashola, not because he's smarter or more educated, but I just thought is a better fit to do that position that he is in right now, unlike Fashola. So yeah, having an abundance of talent in itself can be a problem rather than be an easy solution. You can't say what each person is equally qualified. They went to Harvard or whatever, went to Unilag, so you just take whomever and plug it in there. It doesn't work that way. If you've been in an administrative role or in that capacity, trying to find the right people to form a team. We're talking about here, not just one individual. We're trying to form a team. If it was that easy, I guarantee you the Super Eagles should have won at least 3 World Cups by now. Because guess what? We have plenty of talent. We have plenty of talent.
Let me just keep this thing real quick. We should be aware.
Hold on. They will let Baba come in. Baba, come in.
Yeah, thank you, man. Good evening, folks. Share and subscribe to this program if you are listening. What do you want me to talk about?
No, I thought you wanted to interject. Who wanted to interject you? Oh, sorry, Baba. I thought you wanted to interject.
Okutan.
Oh, all right. Yeah, Okutan. Yeah, come in. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's okay to raise questions about his idea currently, and I think he's a good critic to actually notice that there is a flip-flopping actually occurring. But don't let us sound as if flip-flopping is completely bad when it comes to management or leadership. It's not bad. There's nothing wrong in it. What we are saying is that we don't want it to be too often. But look, we are underestimating the fact that Nigeria is the most complex society to deal with, I would say, in the world. I'm not just going to say in Africa. I would say in the world. Nigeria has the most complex society to deal with. Look, one man, I listen to you guys every day. I hear discussions, how he's flying, over the top, every now and then. And I see how you are coping with it. That is able to tell you how difficult it is to manage Nigeria. The way you are doing your job every day, the way you are sweating, every day, it tells you how much difficult it is to even manage in the presidency. Nigeria is not that easy. Don't forget that these appointments, Tinubu has to cross over so many hurdles. And one of the major hurdles, the most deadly one of the hurdles, is political one. People will be demanding here and there for him to appoint that. There will be lobbyists falling over themselves in Aso Rock just to have their appointees. Trust me, he as a president can only have maybe 10 or 11 of his choice ones that they can actually use. Maybe later on, he will be throwing some people out, and that is why you see that cabinet changes every time. Maybe later on, he will be throwing some people out because they come in through political influences, and then they are not able to do good job. They will throw them out. But I want to assure you that it's not as easy as we think it is. And yes, I'm not giving him credit, but don't let us forget the fact that what he's dealing with.
Sorry, Okweton. Let me give you a quote and then tell me who said it. I know the job is not easy, but I begged for it and I danced for it. So don't feel sorry for me. Who said that? Who said that?
Of course, I'm not feeling sorry for him. Okay?
Now, if it's not up to the job, then let's not have Atiku Abubakar. Let's not have at least Atiku Abubakar will know what he's doing.
I said earlier, I said it's okay to question some of these things. It's okay to criticize. That's why we are here. Because if we don't do it, our government will not sit tight. You understand? But at the same time, we still need to be reasonable sometimes when we are doing it. Because I personally don't think is that point yet.
Another flip flop. He has through stealth reintroduced subsidy back to the petroleum space.
No. That's not
no, woman. No,
that's not true.
Well, when it's guaranteeing the price, then
one man, you are right. They don't want to.
One man, what's happening this night?
He has reintroduced subsidy now. We all know that, so we can.
May I come in at this junction, please?
He want to pay it. He want to pay it through the back door and not openly.
Even the oil marketers have said he has reintroduced subsidy. That's what they told us.
Okay. Don't mind. They are mischief makers. One man. Really? Look, there are several components for an oil to come to the fuel station. There are taxes, there are levies, and there is VAT. So the intention is to remove some of these taxes and reduce the VAT, and that of course will bring it down. Pending when the oil
and that's not subsidy.
That's not subsidy. I mean,
it's not subsidy.
As far as I'm concerned, you can't define that as subsidy.
They are giving the marketers money to manipulate the price.
No, it's the federal government that is changing itself in this regard. You understand? And they can recover somewhere else. Let me please come in, if you allow me, on this Niger Delta development.
How would you
describe it? That's a subsidy, by the way. Yeah.
Is that not? That's a relief. They are paying some kind of, a kind of tax relief.
Subsidies. They say subsidies.
They don't want to call it subsidy. If we call it subsidy,
relief in the sense that.
If we
the trajectory, the oil prices, the crude oil prices taken now will reverse itself. Oil is not going to stay at 103, 105 forever. It's going to even come as low as 30, 40.
So
if you do, you are there. If you don't by that
explanation, one voice, yeah.
So by that explanation that Baba just told us now, they will cut VAT, they will cut all this stuff. So they are giving them tax relief, some kind of way.
They are giving them money
at the detriment of the revenue for the state. And you say they are not paying subsidy.
We can recover somewhere else. The government can recover somewhere else. The tax drive can help with the corporate bodies. If you permit me, one man, can I come in with this Niger Delta Development Ministry?
Yeah, you can come in, but let Prince Daddy wrap up his space, and then I was coming to you next anyway. But let Prince Daddy wrap up. Prince, back to you. You were talking about how your flip flopper is not somersaulting.
You know how to rub it in.
What?
It's not flip flopping. It's just somersaulting.
Actually, before I think Tinubu actually took the presidency, I think I've said it perhaps to some other people that over the course of that administration, right, even the first term, there are going to be some changes, in the ministries or wherever it sees fit. Okay, I think what I'm from all the different conversations going on and how people think about the whole thing. Tinubu has come to Nigeria or the Nigerian space whereby people are not used to this kind of a leadership or approach to leadership, perhaps. And there's something called, or what I would call, dynamic governance or economy. You have to adjust as things change. That's one thing we all know Buhari could not do. It was a static leader. His style of governance was command and control. But in a democratic society space, that's not the way it works. In the West, they do that all the time. I mean, they do that all the time. They bail out companies. And we're talking about private companies that make billions of dollars in profit. They get bailed out. They have relief for the citizen during COVID. They have to adjust. That's the way things are. And I think Tinubu is bringing such a unique quality form of governance to the Nigerian space. And you guys, one man, you're panicking. You're not used to this. Ajay Lekoko is running back and forth. Is confused about the whole thing. It's part of governance.
Prince Daddy, I like that.
We've learned something today. Indecisiveness is part of governance. Indecisiveness.
I like that, Prince Daddy.
We have to click that code. Maybe that would be Prince Daddy's intro. Indecisiveness is unique and unique Tinubu style governance. But there it is.
Prince Daddy, continue.
What I saw with a straight face, Prince Daddy, Olojoro. But let's go on from you, Prince. Come in, Prince Daddy. You wanted to have a final word, Prince?
No, that's it. Yeah, thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
All right, brilliant. Let's go from you then to Baba. So Baba, you wanted to come in at this. It's still the language of indecisiveness, isn't it? You wanted to come in at this Niger Delta space. Tinubu shuffles ministerial positions, reinstates Niger Delta ministry after public outrage. So what are you making of that? Opinion polls out of presidency. So he'll make a decision. Whatever the newspaper is saying, he will either reverse it or go with it. This is the style.
I think it's a big mistake, actually, because when you define it, you say Niger Delta. We forget that there is also Niger Delta Commission. So it's a duplication, in my own considered opinion. And when you create a special ministry for Niger Delta again, we should all remember that there is in the southeast, they have oil also in almost about 4 of the 5 states in the southeast. Kogi has oil, and 1 or 2 northern states, oil has been discovered. So are you going to designate another ministry for the non-Delta states? For the non-Niger Delta states, I mean, I think he gets that wrong. I think he's doing too much listening to the bowing to the pressure from the Niger Delta people. They have already their Niger Delta Development Commission, and that is enough. So they can even duplicate that commission with Southeast Development Commission. Each block can have their own development commission. That will be sufficient. So they become just like an agency or department under the presidency. But specifically assigning a minister to a Niger Delta ministry, I think that is wrong. That is wrong. Nigeria is expanding. It's no more a situation where we have oil only in the Niger Delta.
Baba, please, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
You are painting a picture. See, we don't have Niger Delta ministry before, or Niger Delta ministry.
It was a mistake then too.
Okay, so because I was thinking that we didn't have it, but
no, we've had it since Yar'Adua's time.
Okay, yeah, that is what Bishop said.
Yeah, one of the militants actually demanded it of Yar'Adua for them to really allow us to start tapping oil and exporting them. It's one of their demands, the Egbesu people then. So that's why they came up with that Niger Delta ministry. But we don't have that kind of radicalism in that area anymore. So we have the Niger Delta Commission. That is sufficient for them. So let other states who are producing oil, they should let them breathe.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Baba?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay, what's the different in terms of responsibility between the Niger Delta Development Commission and Niger Delta Ministry Affairs, what's the, is there any difference between their, I mean, their objective, I mean, the reason for setting them up? Do they have any different objective to achieve? I don't get it, because I'm totally confused.
Yeah, the problem is the Niger Delta Commission has always been there. Babangida established UMPADEC. UMPADEC was given a different nomenclature under this present democratic setting, and then they gave it as NDDC. It was an offshoot of UMPADEC during Babangida's, that's the oil producing areas of Nigeria or something like that. But with this Niger Delta Ministry, I think it's a duplication. I don't see any difference. I don't see, because Niger Delta Commission is also undertaking projects and having their own budgets and operating outside the 13% derivation they cut out for the oil producing areas. So I think they are just changing other oil producing areas, because the East have oil, not only oil, they have gas. Kogi have oil. Two northern states have oil. So if you want to create a ministry to protect those people, I think it's even too much. There is going to be problems. So create commission for each zone. The non-Delta, non-Niger Delta state should have their own, maybe Southeast Development Commission, Northern State Development Commission, so that they can give them equal resources.
Maybe they should just scrap all of it and pay the derivation.
The country will burn.
No, they can pay it directly to the state governors and have it as a ring-fenced.
No, I don't think
the Niger Delta. Yeah.
The Niger Delta, actually, they have much more problem, because their oil actually is midstream and deep waters. I can understand if you've been to the creeks in Bayelsa and River State, you will weep for that area. Not because they are not being taken care of adequately, but most of their big men, the traditional rulers, they corner all of these things, because apart from the federal government giving them their 13%, all of them to divide, the oil companies, the exploration companies are giving them, doing a lot of things, even building estates. You won't believe it. You can happen on the town, right in the creek, in your speedboat, and you will see some nice bungalow, and you start to wonder what happened. They will tell you this company built it, that company built it for them. They are enjoying, but I know when you have devastation of oil spill, there is not much you can really say they're enjoying, because even all those wells, I mean, it could cause problem, because a lot of them are being capped at this moment. And that's in another 100 years, we could be experiencing a volcanic eruption in all those areas, because they have created enough craters deep inside the bed of Mother Earth. So they need to be taken care of seriously, but it has to spread. Oil is not Niger Delta affair alone. It's a lot of other states.
All right, remember, to the wider conversation about what is emerging as Tinubu's indecisiveness. But Prince Daddy and some others, I think Okwiton TV as well, they're suggesting somewhat that people are being a bit unkind to him. But is it unkind, the level of reversal of positions and realignment of what seems to be a decision made? Are we right to start to be concerned that Tinubu is somewhat indecisive in the way he's administering the country?
Well, the buck stops at the table of the president, but the presidency is not just only about the president, it's about the team he works with. You understand? I like to cut him some slack, but I am becoming a little bit worried at this material point in time. He is supposed to be firm. You remember the other time I was talking about presidency having balls.
The one thing you would never accuse Buhari of is indecisiveness. Makes often the wrong decisions, but never reverses a position.
Did he take any decision? Other than allow the system to run itself. But I think it shouldn't be listening too much or bowing to pressure. You understand? And I think, like Bishop said, I'm situating it at the desk of Gbajabiamila, because the presidency is as good, not the president, but the presidency is as good as the quality of the chief of staff. Because the chief of staff is like a buffer between his office. It's just like your normal secretary in the office. You just sit in your office and a stranger walks open your door and enter. The first person you scream at is your secretary. How did he enter? What happened? She's not your bodyguard or anything, but she's like a buffer. She didn't allow that kind of thing to happen. So that is the work by Gbajabiamila. I think he's not doing well. He's not doing it well at all.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
I think we are not being fair to Gbajabiamila if you want to put blame for this reshuffle. Want to put that blame on Gbajabiamila. I think we are not fair, because the responsibility of appointing and reappointing and reshuffling lies with the president and not Gbajabiamila. So Gbajabiamila's job is to follow the president's directive. So there's nothing he can do more than that. So I think we are fair if we are trying to blame Gbajabiamila for this last minute, a day before taking office reshuffle that we are seeing now. We can't blame him. It's the president. President is aware of it. It's not Gbajabiamila that took the decision. It's the president.
But it's Gbajabiamila that always acts in the name of the president. Is the person you see. I think the problem Gbajabiamila is having right now is he has been the head of a legislative body before. So he knows a lot of people. So he's taking decision based on his knowledge with when he was in the legislative arm of the government.
Are you saying Gbajabiamila is taking decisions that Tinubu should be taking?
Oh, but naturally, if he has it, he takes a file to the president and explain it to the president in a way he will understand. Even at times debate the pro and cons of every decision. So, but it is left to the president actually to do the final say or to put the final signature on that paper. But as a chief of, we listen to our secretaries because they are the ears of everybody. They are like the mother of the company. We respect their opinion, even though you, as the owner of the company, all the decisions are ascribed to you. That's why when you are clever in an organization, you know definitely if the secretary agrees, the secretary to the MD agrees to the what you brought forward, definitely Oga will approve it. And I think with the presidency, it's almost similar thing. We cannot discount a chief of staff. Even here in America, the chief of staff is all very powerful position. It's like a mini president himself or herself. So this is how I see it. I'm not cutting Tinubu some slack because I'm disappointed because like almost 90 days into it, I mean, I expect something kind of. and then that is not happening. Even this, the minister should have been in place, as far as I'm concerned, about 45 days ago, not now.
All right. Let me take you to this next space, Baba. Isheshe Day, traditionalists free to exercise human rights. This is Adeleke to the Oluwo of Iwo. So we've had fun with Oluwo of Iwo on this platform before, severally. He likes to smoke Colorado, so that's already telling you the sort of Oba that he is. But he has now banned traditionalist practice in Iwo land, saying that it is archaic and not in tune with modern times. So what are you then making then of this battle between tradition and the Abrahamic faith in Yoruba land?
Well, for me, first thing, I like the Sheshe Day they've established firmly. And then, of course, I want it to be expanded, or we'll have to reach out to our brothers in Benin Republic and Togo. Both countries have what they call Juju Day. They've been celebrating it for a very long time. But we should educate them so that we make it Isheshe Day, and we do it at the same date. It's part of tourism. But coming to this, the tradition, actually, I think the Yorubas, we've made a lot of mistakes with this, our present day Obas, the young ones particularly. The office, let me call it the office of the Oba in every society. I mean, it's a big thing. You don't carry Christianity or Islam into the palace in anywhere in Yoruba land, because every Yoruba Oba is supposed to be an Ogboni adherent. That's first thing they swear you into. You are initiated into an Ogboni cult among several cults. But most of them, they warm themselves into the, like Oluwo said, none of them are Ifa appointed. They lobby their way through it. And in a way, we are desecrating the Yoruba tradition. And I think that is one of the problems we are having in Yoruba land today. We have to follow our tradition. We were all traditionalists before Christianity came. We were worshiping God in our own way. Before Islam came, we were all traditionalists. No doubt about that. Oyinbo didn't come to teach us about God. Islam didn't come to tell us about God. We know who God is. Because when you worship Ogun, we always say, we talk about Eledumare. Eledumare is God. You worship Eledumare through Ogun, through Shango, through Oshun, anything. So we know who God really is. And so when these people come, even the Mecca they go to, that Kaaba was before, because Mecca is, they are all traditionalists. It was Muhammad that changed them. And that's where Kaaba was or is an Ojubo of a deity the Mecca people were worshipping before. So they should know these are the things. These Obas are causing problems because most of them are dying now, like Uluwo, like the Oba of Bagura, Oshilo of Okeono, Oni of Ife.
What are you making of this Oni of Ife? How are you positioned? He cannot hold on to a wife. Remember when he went and just married about 50 wives in 5 days? What are you making of that guy? Do you remember when he was marrying wife after wife after wife? I think it was
only 6. He has married one man, six
yes,
wives.
yeah, but within 2 months though. Do you remember?
Well,
I think it was actually
well, I am Yoruba, true and true. You understand? It's something I don't like, but it's something I can talk about. We've made a lot of mistake. In Yoruba land today, even the children of princesses are taking over the mantle of Obaship, which is not right. Which is not right. We cover a lot. The other time we were talking about Mandela, and I tore into him. I reluctantly want to talk about Chief Awolowo today, because the example they are following today started from the time of Chief Awolowo. I respectfully say this. In Yoruba land, èèyàn tó bá ní àbàwọ́n lára, àbàwọ́n is what's the English word for
a mark? Is it a mark?
It's more than a mark. It's more than a mark. It's like a blemish. A blemish cannot be an Oba in Yoruba land, because Oba they wear skirts or iro, and they put their bead for wearing their cap. Even somebody with astigmatism, apart from, cannot be an Oba. The person with apari, bald head, cannot be an Oba in Yoruba land. The person with cutlass mark or anything cannot be an Oba in Yoruba land. Olubushe has astigmatism, and several other Obas. He was made Oni of Ife after Sir Adiremi. And I can give several other examples like that. It started there from. And removing Obas, it started from the time of Chief Awolowo. If you remember his problem with Oba of Oyo, the late Lamidi's father, when they said he killed Bode Thomas. And because of that, he was removed as a traditional ruler and banished to Lagos. And Oyo never had an Oba for a very, very long time, until Oba Lamidi, the late Lamidi, mounted the throne several decades later. It's a problem, actually. Or the president of Shilo of Okiono, Obate Yosho, is the son of a princess who in Okiono. And he is not supposed to mount that throne. The excuse is that we want educated people so that they can take our matter up with the leaders of the country. But I don't buy into that. I listened to the Oba of Bagura a couple of weeks back, saying that he has left word that when he dies, he is a Christian. Nobody should cut his hand and bury in this spot. Nobody's cut his leg and bury in that court. Why did you sign? Who made you? Why did you sign to the Obaship? These are the problems, because they are not speaking up for this Isheshe thing right now, because they are claiming to be Christian, to be practicing Islam. But my take here is, I love what the 4-5 states have done. And we should even collaborate with our brothers in Benin and Togo and extend it so we can do it in one day. The Ilorin thing, Ilorin itself is 80% Yoruba. The people of Ilorin, all those people, if you sit with an Afa, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 3 weeks, you become his customer. By the time you know it, one day you visit, he wants to give you bare records and incision. Most of them have practiced a traditional religion. Most of them. And I say it confidently. So why you look at the hypocrisy? You come outside and say, Ilorin is Quran was dropped into Ilorin, is an Islamic enclave. Who made it so? Who made it so? The emir today, the retired Court of Appeal judge, his name actually is Kolakbo. When he was a justice, he was Justice Kolakbo Gambari. Even Buhari's erstwhile chief of staff is Agbola Gambari, not Ibrahim. He was very Ibrahim Gambari. But when he was a foremost ambassador under Babangida, he was Agbola Gambari. It's just the same thing with Olushola Saraki and Bukola Saraki. When it suited them during the military regime, they claimed to be Fulanis just to get their hands into the federal coffers. But when politics came, they are Yorubas. Alimi who fought on the side of Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò, Afonja, Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò, to destroy the Oyo Empire, even did not. It was Alimi's son, Abdul Salam, that actually installed an emir after he had a problem with Afonja when his father died. And then they crown an emir through, I think there is the emir of Guandu is the one that normally crown them. The politics of what is going on now is Yoruba people have been waiting. We've been waiting for an opportunity like this when we will have our own at the presidency. What I'm advocating right now is let us, Makinde, we capture Oyo. Oshun definitely, Adeleke is one-time governor. Let's now sacrifice Kwara. If Kwara has to go, let's do the battle. In the sense that right in Ilorin town, we will install the Oba of Ilorin, first-class Oba with fanfare.
You know there's an Oba of Ilorin already. There's an
It's
Oba.
a small scale, but right now we make it a class A Oba with fanfare. People should contribute money and build a palace for him, and even take Kwara capital out of Ilorin. We take
Can
Kwara capital.
Can I share some information with you quickly on the Oba?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm watching a video right now released about 9 hours ago. The same Oba, actually clarifying things. That what he actually released was to cancel Isheshe or ritual conducted during the midnight. Where is it midnight or during the day where people are going to be restricted from moving. That's the only thing he announced, that when it comes to restriction during the day, that's what he's trying to cancel, that he's not canceling this session. I think there is element of misinterpretation in the story on a general basis. That's what I'm trying to.
I'm not sure about that. Is it not the same guy that was saying he wants to be an emir, not an Oba anymore? It's the same guy.
No. Let me play it to you right now. He's releasing. The statement is circulating online right now. I don't know if you can hear it because I'm playing it from the other phone.
Yeah, we can't hear it, but if you have a clip, just send it to the private chat and
send the clip to woman.
Yeah, it's difficult to hear what he's saying, but what he's actually saying is that that Onisheshe Lawa, that he's not canceling the Sheshe, that he specifically mentioned a time frame that is actually terminating, which restricts people's movements. So I think we need time to be able to see his clarification before we.
Baba, do you think the Oluwo should be stepped down from that throne?
It's always very difficult. You understand? He's been having a running battle with.
Let me tell you why I'm saying that. He's having a running battle with all of the secondary kings in that region. So that's one. And then remember, and then that fight with his wife too. When the Canadian girl Chantel or Chanel or something, when that one released the videos with the videos of him blazing Igbo in the palace and all of this, and then the way he just acts like an Agbero all the time, spraying Fuji reggae musicians. And of course, it was a credit card fraudster in Canada before he became an Oba.
Yeah, this is one of the things I'm talking about. I think it was Chief Ogundoyin or so. I can't remember that now. It was, is it Ogundoyin, who was a minister under Shagari, a prominent son of Iwo, actually, who brought him from Canada. I think the father of the Oluwo was serving him. And I think he thought he could, if he captures the palace and put it under his armpit, he can control Iwo fortune. And of course, he brought this young man, and look at how he had turned out. He even turned against that Chief Ogundoyin. If I'm not sure of that name again, but I know it must
there
be
was a time he was there was a time he was even trying to challenge the Ooni of Ife for preeminence. Imagine that.
They are all doing that. They are all doing that. They are all doing that, and a lot of people are always confused. Even MKO, everybody, late Lamidi, Oba Lamidi, they're always claiming superiority. But if somebody sits on we on your platform, we are from the same. Oh, thank you, darling. Okay, thank you, darling. You understand? And all the other children go out to found other villages. The throne of our father remains supreme. Definitely. The eldest brother who mounts that, who remains back at home, is somebody we should always go back to. So from as far as I'm concerned, the source, Ile-Ife, is paramount in Yoruba land. It's paramount that you are the Oba of Oyo, powerful warrior king, doesn't mean that you can now say Oyo is bigger than Ile-Ife. Where did your father come from? Where is the seat of Oduduwa?
Okay, so who's the foremost Oba in Yoruba land from your own point
of view? Is the Oni. As far as I'm concerned, nobody can convince me otherwise.
Hold on, one more question. Is the Oni or is the Oni, is he an Oba or an Ifa priest?
The Oni actually, when they say he's an Ifa priest, I think that is a dubious history. Every Yoruba Oba is a custodian of the Ifa oracle. Every Yoruba Oba. Because the first thing an Oba does in the morning is to pray to Ifa and worship at Ifa. They all have Ifa. We have different forms of Ifa, Igba Ifa and Awo Ifa, all these things. That's what they speak to in the morning first and talk to. So that when they say it's not an Ifa priest, I think that is dubious history.
Sorry, is it Baba, right? Quickly.
Yes, sir.
I put the Oni of Ife is a Christian.
That's what he claims.
That's what he claims. Okay, but it still goes and will pray to Ifa every morning before.
They don't do these things, Prince Daddy. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah, they don't do all these things anymore. They turn their noses at our tradition. And a river that forgets its source will dry up. Will dry up. We all step on the soil of our fatherland day in, day out. We forget that our umbilical cords are that of our great family has been buried on that land. It tells something. If you ask me, I will call myself, if I'm I'm a Christian. Why am I a Christian? I don't have the discipline of practicing our traditional religion. I don't have the discipline. Put something in your pocket, don't touch woman, don't do this. I don't have that discipline. So Christian religion is convenient for me. I can't do Islam because I can't start praying 5 times every day. So it's but I believe in our tradition.
I'm sorry, Baba. So are you saying Christianity is a lazy man's religion?
No, I'm not saying it's a lazy man's religion. What I say is the easiest of all. In the name of Jesus Christ, it's about faith and about salvation. You get my point. So just believe and have faith. He said Jesus Christ is the mediator between man and God. I mean, that he is the mediator between man and God. You can't come to the Father except through me. So I find it.
I'm sorry, real quickly. I don't want to go tangentially, but to your point is right. I agree with your point, and also to the fact that that's why a lot of people, thousands of people, go to the church every Sunday, whenever, to go give their money to the pastors and the GOs to pray for them, because they're lazy. They don't do what they're supposed to do, and they are kept in the dark. So it appears that Christianity is that easy, and you're right. It's absolutely that easy in the name of Jesus.
Look, they give you Bible to swear now. You won't swear. You understand? But if they carry a knife, put it in the fire, and it becomes red, hot red, then they put PK oil, palm kernel oil on top, make smoky, and say, "Bah, hold it, swear." You will hesitate. You will not do it. You will make excuses. I'm a Christian. No, my religion forbids it. I'm practicing Islam, Muslim. I can't do that kind of thing because we are afraid. Because our gods are very unforgiving. You sign contracts with Ogun, Ogun will not forgive. That contract you sign is exactly what will happen. So we run. I think that is one of the reasons we run away. Because our gods are not forgiving gods. But the Christian God will forgive. It's about forgiveness. It's about endless forgiveness. It says 7 times, 70 times. That's a lot. That's a lot. So this is our problem. It's for convenience. It's for convenience we are doing all of this. The Sheshe thing, I'm very, very gladdened by it. And I think we just starting, we should expand it more and more. But Ilorin, if they refuse to relent, the government should battle them. It's just one state, APC will lose. Let them take make another town, Kwara State capital, to punish them. Because how can you be Yoruba and start to weigh Gelemofila and be telling me some heady stuff? It's not good. It has to stop somewhere. We've been waiting for this day when we have somebody in Aso Rock that will listen to us. It is very wrong. Nothing wrong with Isheshe. It's about system of belief.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Brilliant. Well put. Stay with us, Baba. Still a few more things to discuss with you, but let me not keep him holding for too long. His battery usually runs out fairly quickly. Let's hear from Ekene, who joins us. If he's not asleep already, Ekene, are you there? Ekene?
One man.
Oga Pata, waiting happen. We don't see you for a couple of days, so.
We're just busy. A little bit busy.
Yeah, well, that's good now. When a man is busy, that usually means money. So, yes, that's good. So, yeah. How are you? How are things?
Things are okay. We just we went for our ward inauguration of some Labour Party executive officials. We inaugurated some people today in our ward. So that's how activity went today. So
you're a registered member of the Labour Party?
Yeah.
Do you have political ambitions yourself? Do you want to be like a councillor, a chairman, a rep, or something?
Not really. For now. Not interested. We just want to, for now, I just want to be among the people that will not just talking, but practice what we preach. It's not just to say things and just relax. We need to go out there and make some effort to know how the society will respond. So that's what we are doing for now.
How strong is the Labour Party where you are? How strong is your word in terms of the number and the relevance?
We are very many, a lot of young guys, very many. In fact, and our chairman is just about 32 years or so, strong guy in our ward. So we are very many. We have one House of Representatives.
From your ward?
Yeah, one house.
And I try you.
That's
in Lagos.
Yeah, in Ojo. Ward K.
All right. All right, brilliant. What are you looking at in the news today, Kenneth? What are you looking at?
I nothing much. Today is all about football. The way they flog Chelsea. So I'm a Chelsea fan, so that's the only thing that touches me today. So,
you know, I'm a Newcastle man, and you know we lost to Man City, which is annoying, but then we played at their stadium, which is understandable. But I didn't think we were going to go there and beat them, but I wanted us to be able to take a draw because they've just come from some big tournament. You know, it really pained me anyway because I thought maybe we'll be challenging for the Premiership this year, but if we are already losing to Man City, then you know, I wasn't happy about that. You know.
My own is even worse. No problem, yeah. Well, everything is okay in Nigeria. I just a little moment ago, everything is all about the economy and all that. Few days ago, the dollar gained a little much, was much appreciated more. So, but today the thing just went back, and I'm not happy about that. So I'm just trying to know how the market will respond tomorrow morning.
Are you playing the market yourself? Are you buying when it falls and then selling when it goes up?
The dollar?
Yes.
No, I don't do that. So the people doing that are the problem of the society now. So anybody that tells you to buy dollar and keep, that person is killing the economy of Nigeria. Those are the things that Mr. President needs to be looking at. The people doing that needs to be arrested. Anybody giving you such advice is an enemy to our economy. So I don't belong to such people.
All right, but it's a legitimate business anyway. But no.
Well, it's not a legitimate business to me.
To speculate, currency speculation is not legitimate.
Well, for some people, but now you know we don't need to be doing that for our currency. It's killing the economy. So people are just looking at buying dollar, and keeping dollar. So they are legitimizing the dollar and they killing the naira. It's very bad. So that is the problem of the economy. So the president needs to come in. Anybody giving advice for that needs to be arrested. Even though the people that are doing it are the political class. So I don't see how they will arrest them. So that is that.
What are you making of this headline? Ekene Joe Igbokwe tackles Ekweremadu's son for holding elaborate wedding despite his parents being in jail. So we were talking about it earlier, and just it's a very bad look, you know, because it was such a public case, the case of the parents, and a lot of people were somewhat sympathetic that they are having to pay this price just to try and rescue their daughter's life. But then, of course, the sort of home training that they're giving their children is reflecting in this headline. Joe Igbokwe was saying that they should have just had a very private little do. And then when the parents come out, they could have gone wild. So what are you then making of Joe Igbokwe's commentary on Ekweremadu's wedding?
Well, I understand Joe Ibekwe's position, but for me, I don't think Ekweremadu is not aware of what happened. Because if he's not aware, those dignitaries that are there might not show up. But Joe Ibekwe's advice is valid, but for me, it's their choice. It's their choice. I think the parents are aware of what happened. So I don't have any problem with that. So I would have, for me, I would say what the man did is what the parents have approved. The money is there now, so let them spend the money. Do you think Ekweremadu staying in the prison is affecting the family so much? It's not affected. Money is there, so let them spend the money. For me, it's not valid. The parents must be aware. Even the father, despite they're in the prison, so I think they're aware of what happened. So that's why you were able to see those senators, governors, and all that in that wedding. So there is nothing to criticize there for me. So let the young man breathe and enjoy his wedding.
Yes, let the poor breathe. Let the poor breathe. Yeah. What are you making of Tinubu already reshuffling his cabinet even before the ministers have been sworn in? A lot of people are saying that he's starting to come across somewhat a little bit indecisive.
Well, Mr. President is doing everything to get things right. I even saw in news that he even removed that old man that he appointed as a minister of youth. I just saw it this. I don't know how to reach that, but he received a lot of criticism in that area, appointing 60-something-year-old somebody as a minister of youth. So I think he has also made a reversal in that. But those things are not what you are supposed to tell him to do now. He's supposed to know that the situation of the country now, some appointments, especially that to youth, nobody needs to tell him that he needs to appoint a youth in that area. So for him to appoint someone 60-something, then wait to receive criticism before he is able to remove that person, I don't know what he's thinking. But that is what he would have done before. So the situation of the country now.
Hold on, Ekene. Do you think it's unreasonable to I don't know how well into his 60 he is, but do you think it's unreasonable to appoint a 60-year-old person as the Minister of Youth? Do you think it's
not reasonable now? It's very unreasonable.
Why?
How can you appoint a 60-something-year-old person as a Minister of Youth? It's very unreasonable now.
Can I correct you?
Yeah.
Are you saying 60-something or 50-something?
I think he's 60-something. That's what I saw.
He's 53. 5'3". 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Even at 53, it's wrong to appoint him as a youth, Minister of Youth. It's supposed to be like 30-something. Yes,
no,
youth.
Actually, it can be 19.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 19, not 60, not even 50.
We can let's make it 17.
Yes, 17. Because this guy suggested something. This SCG guy they put there is causing problem. SCG is like appointing a BSc master degree holder. Just like this master's come and be SCG president. You guy will just say some certain things. You say good things that come and spoil it with this little one. It's okay. It's a great turn.
Yeah, it's for me. It's not anyhow. It's not reasonable. He would have read the situation of the country for a very long time now.
No, hold on. I don't think a 53-year-old man. Do you know what it takes to rise to the position of a minister?
So you mean no youth is capable to take that position?
A 53-year-old man was 40 10 years ago. So it's not completely removed from youth, is he?
Well, for me, many people has criticized that position even before now. I'm not the first person that did that. A lot of people, both on Channels Television and Arise TV, many people has criticized that. So I think that's the reason did some change. So I think today I saw the news. So and he's still, I think he's still reshuffling. But for me, all this minister of a thing is this government is getting to 100 days in office. So I don't know. 100 days we are still appointing ministers. Somehow, well, anyway, sure. Let them continue.
It's swearing them in tomorrow now, Ekene. It's swearing them in tomorrow.
Yeah, that is it now. That is it. So let him swear in tomorrow so that they will start to work, because a lot of things need to be done so that he will kick the ground running as he promised us. So we need to hit the ground running. I need to see the finance minister. I need to see his capacity. And some few, not even all of them, just few of them.
People are very excited. The two spaces that people are excited about the most is the finance minister, because I was watching something on Arise TV. All of the financial spaces, they're just so excited about that guy. And then
a lot of people are excited about the guy. So I'm also excited the way people are commending the guy. So I want to see his capacity and all that. And this issue of CBN, is he going to retain the acting CBN governor, or will he still make a change? Because I don't see capacity in that guy. I don't know what is happening in that CBN. So
what has he done or not do for you not to see capacity? What has he done wrong?
Well, most of the last time I listened to him, the way he talks and the way he presents issue, I'm not sure that he can carry out that duty very well. I'm not sure. So listening to him, I'm not encouraged. That's what I am. Just listening to him, I'm not encouraged. So I don't think he knows the job very well. So that is it.
All right. Someone who has declared.
Sorry, please, woman. How many times have you listened to the acting CBN governor speak?
I think it's once, just last few days ago.
So it was okay for you.
He was talking about
you are right there. Yeah. Hold on. You are right there that he has only spoken once, and it's okay for you to have concluded listening to him once.
I said if he's going to retain him. If I don't know, but that the speech he made, I'm not encouraged with the speech.
Just
that's for me. That was
I listened to. Was for how many minutes? 3 minutes or 5 minutes? Okay, that's cut.
The situation of the CBN, the problem we are facing in the CBN, that speech did not encourage me. That is me. So that's what I noticed. We have a lot of problem there. So the speech didn't encourage me. So one man, what next?
Oh, all right. So it's a public holiday tomorrow, Ekene, in Lagos, because Lagos has declared tomorrow as Isheshe Day. Are you aware of this, and what are you making of it, Isheshe Day?
I know that tomorrow is public holiday, but this is Isheshe of a thing. I don't know anything about it, though. I don't know anything about Yoruba culture and all that. So for me, the only thing I know is that tomorrow is public holiday. So I don't know anything. I don't know what to say there, because I cannot speak of what I don't know. So it's Yoruba culture. Maybe if it's something like Ibuwaji New Year Festival, or I can speak a little bit about that. But this one, I don't know anything about it. Honestly speaking, one man. So we are just going to.
When they declare it as a public holiday, does that mean that the market will close, or does that mean it's going to be a busy day for you at the market because people are not going to work?
No, the only thing that will happen tomorrow is that bank will not open. That's the only thing. So market will, normal market, it will still be a busy day tomorrow. So it's still a busy day. So the only thing that will change is that, no, but for me, I've not experienced this in Lagos. So this is a show of a thing. This is I don't know. This
I think
declaring public holiday for it.
Yeah, it's not just Lagos, by the way. Ogun State, Osun State, and Oyo State as well. They are all doing it all on the same day. So I think
there must be a reason for that now.
I think it may well be a response to Lagos is no man's land. That sort of. I think it is along those lines, isn't it? They are claiming their land. They are claiming their land. Is that not what they are doing?
Let them claim their land now. Nobody's claiming their land now. To do their culture and all that, it's not a crime now. Let them claim their land. The other day is
Woman, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry to cut it in a short. You know, there's a way you draw me out of from my enclave. Today I didn't want to join this show, that though I was enjoying it, but you came up with this is Sheshe stuff that got me, rolling, But I have to thank Bishop Ajalikoko, even Priest Daddy, and Okuton TV, who spoke about Tinubu. That's how it's supposed to be. This is to the obedient. We should not do everything on hate. You can see Bishop, how he was giving a section about it. It's his personal opinion, and he wants the country to move forward. So learn from that to criticize. So I have to thank all those people. Then the part I want to speak on is the.
You don't have to thank Ajan Lekoko now. He's always criticizing Tinubu. He's always criticizing Tinubu.
No, it's constructive. It's constructively. Even I have to thank Adewale too, who came in, who will always support anything Tinubu does, but constructively.
Excuse me. What is? Why are you calling my name?
No vex. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Thank you guys. That part almost. I really enjoyed that part. I have to tell you the truth. But this, sorry, my Southwest people. I don't like to speak in traditional matters, but for that, for Oni of Ife is a chief priest. It's not Oba or anything. It's meant to be looking after the Oduduwa shrine. That's all. Tala of you're supposed to be more than him in that space. But this is the damage that Awolowo have done, and people are refusing to fix it. Like it was Baba that was talking. They should go and fix that problem. If they don't fix it, this stuff that's going on in Southwest will continue cascading down. But anyway, Mama, I use the floor. It's a nice show, nice discussion. When it gets to share time, if I see our battery, I would like to speak on it. Thank you, Waman.
Yeah. So, Waman, so you say...
I'm hearing you. Carry on.
You say Yoruba is trying to claim their land by this tradition. Is anyone dragging the land before?
Is that not how you were reading it? When they told you that they were declaring it as that Isheshe Day, it's just a code word for Yoruba Day. So if they are declaring a public holiday for Yoruba Day, does that not indicate to you that they are responding to the no man's land narrative? Was that not what you thought when you heard it?
No, I didn't think anything about that too. I don't know. I just think they're just trying to observe some rituals and all that. They used to do that, something like Oro, this Oro of 18. They do that one often. So it's not new to us now. We know that Yoruba have their tradition, especially that Oro. That Oro is what we used to experience often. So, but this one now, they come with a different dimension by declaring a public holiday, which we never saw it this way before. So, but a lot of people, it's not a problem. It's not a problem.
So, are you going to be wearing that? Are you going to be wearing danshiki to the shop tomorrow?
maybe some area, some part of area in the Alaba that is Yoruba area. I know that those people, they might not open because that place, I think it will not open. But other areas will open because that area is they have a Yoruba as their chairman. So anything that they
what do the Yoruba sell in Alaba? What are they specialized in? What's their specialism?
okay, what they specialize, what they sell most, electronics
Yeah.
and electrical, fancy
So
and
it's the
furniture.
same. So it's the same thing as everybody else.
Yeah, different. Anything you can talk about electronics, both repair, both new ones, both Belgians, electrical. Now the moving force now is solar. So in the market, solar is taking a lot of space now. Solar business. So they are making a lot of move now. That solar area is very, as in, guys are making a very big money there. So solar is taking over now.
Do you have solar yourself? Do you have solar yourself? Did you put it up?
Yeah, I just stopped buying fuel, but I'm still paying for my own. Very soon I will put it. I'm doing a instrumental payment for it. So maybe by the end of the month, I'll put it. I'll mount it because this subsidy of 18 have made us to change strategy and all that. So we cannot rely on petrol.
I'm glad you said that because I've always insisted that ultimately Nigerians will make lifestyle adaptations to that. So you just have to adjust now. That's just it, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to adjust, and things are coming easy, sir. Because even this all of stuff now, a lot of solar system is coming into the market. A lot. But it depends on your capacity, the one you can afford, what you want to use in your house and all that. So it comes on different size now. A lot of solar size that is affordable, whether rich or poor. You must have a solar that you can afford now, maybe to light up your space for some hours. The idea in the market. So, and it's very good. It's very good. It's when you want to maybe you want to use your television, your fridge, and all that, you have to go for the higher one, just as I'm doing now. So I don't know. Because that is it.
We're still having conversations around the El Rufai space, Ekene. So he has gone off. He's stormed off to Egypt. They are citing him now in Lebanon, and they say he's on his way to Europe. So El Rufai, what actually happened was that Nuhu Ribadu withdrew his security clearance, as you know, and then the Senate then not able to confirm him. So he has been singing songs of treachery, how he was stabbed in the back by Ribadu. But what really surprised me is that Ubasani, who he handpicked and placed in the first seat in Kaduna, he is also accusing him of treachery. So what are you then making then of the journey of El Rufai? And do you still expect that he will find his way back into Tinubu's cabinet even in this first term?
Well, a lot of politics is playing that El Rufai space. That I don't know, but that Nuhu Ribadu not clearing him, I think it's a big blow. Somebody like this Obasani really criticized him the first time that Tinubu appointed him. I don't know the reason. I don't know the problem they're having. I saw them making some reggae exchange and all in the internet space today. I was just laughing. The guy that just but for me, Tinubu himself, the problem Tinubu will have is the role that El Rufai played in his campaign. I think he's the first governor one of the governors that, if not the first, that really fought for him, especially in that Northwest. So Tinubu will not find it easy if this guy is not appointed a minister in his cabinet in terms of politics. So he needs to find a way to accommodate him, because this Rufai in the north, especially the Muslim, they respect him a lot. So he will not find it easy in the second time, unless if he doesn't want to go for second tenure. But if he really wants to go for second tenure, I think he needs to accommodate him, because that guy is one of the people that campaigned for him, even when Buhari was not there to do the stuff and all that. Is the few governors, him and East Kano State on Ganduje, were the people championing him in the Northwest. And they really did a good job for him during the time of Naira policy and all that. So the people that he appointed didn't do 50% of what this guy did for him. So I don't know. Is their APC space? So they know how to manage themselves. Maybe he must find something to fix him. Anything at all. Unless if the guy said that he doesn't want to.
I would not be happy if he doesn't get a ministerial portfolio, and an important one as well. You know, I just cannot. It's such a waste. And never mind, even if you ignore the treachery, which is bad enough, it's such a weight of we don't have talent at that level are plentiful. If you remove El Rufai and maybe a little bit of Yemsen Wike, we don't really, and Dave Umahi a little bit, we don't really have proven talent at that level to be throwing the likes of El Rufai into the bin. Who is he replaced by? Ade Goyegawi, Tola? Who is going to? It needs that sort of El Rufai type person in that cabinet.
Yeah, he needs him because the political space now is changing. One man, the political space is changing, so you need somebody as strong as El Rufai to help him maintain that momentum. Because a lot of people are becoming political aware. So you need people like El Rufai to keep his political career moving till he's finished his presidency. So what is happening in Nigeria now, people are becoming more aware, people are becoming more political and all that, especially the youth. So it's no longer what it used to be. A lot of people are coming on board, a lot of people want to participate. So if he wants to maintain his political background, he needs El Rufai. I don't know what, for me, those APC space, even in their chairmanship, they're having a lot of problems because a lot of people didn't approve that Ganduje. Tinubu just handpicked him and made him chairman of the party. And some people are not happy about that. So I don't know how he's playing that, and I don't know how he wants to do that to keep Ganduje. Why other people are not happy about that appointment of the team. So El Rufai, he must do something about it, unless he feels or he have the capacity to do away with him. For me, I don't know. So APC stuff and their politics, I don't really want to be discussing them much because I already have my political affiliation. I'm already a member of a political party. So we want to make our own impact, one man. So that is it. So we are looking for loopholes.
So which party do you belong to, Ekene?
Yeah?
Which party do you belong to?
I'm a Labour Party member.
Okay.
Yeah. Why do you ask? Odewale?
I just want to confirm what I thought. Not necessarily I want to. I'm thinking, okay, which party would you? I think Ekene will be find suitable to join. So I think Labour Party is more convenient, so to say.
If Peter Obi leaves Labour Party, will you still be a member of that party?
It depends on ideology now, because the party now is all about youth, people that want to join politics. So it's not about P2B. So a lot of us now, we are all youth, we are all young guys. We want to be involved. So that is the thing. So if P2B leaves the party, I think we have other capable hands. So, but for now, we are not seeing him leaving. So we are just we are reshuffling, we are making some changes, meeting here and there, trying to put leadership in every corners of Lagos State and all that, so especially in our space. So yeah, we are putting some structures.
Ekene, you did not answer the question.
Well,
you did not answer that question.
He's a politician now. That's why he's not answering straightforward.
Yeah, I'm a politician now. So what do you want me to answer? I want to ask
you a straightforward question.
What was the question, Bishop?
If Peter Obi leaves Labour Party today, will you still remain in Labour Party? And you were using some abracadabra.
Sorry, let me answer the question for you, Ken. He's gonna leave. If Peter Obi leaves, he leaves.
I'm not gonna leave. Unless if the party is not doing what they say they would do. I'm not gonna leave now.
Peter Obi will Peter Obi will surely come out with the reason why he's leaving, and you guys will buy into it and follow him, isn't it?
Well, at least, but for now, Labour Party is under.
Now, I mean, I can waiting be this dribble. Where the dribble was, we never see this place, so we still awake for where we did.
Let me help Ekene here.
Ekene, it's not a politician.
Ekene,
the politician.
Ekene, now that you have declared yourself being a politician in the making, I just want to tell you what I'm thinking. Obi's presence in Abbas, was the Senate deputy wedding, is not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. Shine your eye well.
What do you think that happened there, Baba?
I think he has eyes already for 2027. He knows definitely that he has to capture the North. And this is the twist. If Atiku want to contest again under PDP will be destroyed. PDP will be, there will be a realignment of forces, and Obi either collapse Labour Party into PDP and be their candidate, or they'll form a new party entirely. So watch that space carefully. You are a politician now, you've declared, so that you don't get your change. Be alert, open your eyes wide, watch Obi's move and body language.
There is no alignment now. Let's be watching, Shia. Let's be watching. The only thing now is that
Look, in support of, in addition to what Baba just said, look, Obi, at a point, we come to realization that he can never achieve his political ambition via Labour Party. Something will surely happen in that Labour Party that will force him out. Do you know where it's going to go? He will go back to PDP. And PDP will accept him. They might want to give him ticket that, look, we offended these people, these Igbo people, the Southeastern people. We did not treat them right in 2003. Let us give them chance this time around. So packaging Obi with PDP will go far than, what we had during the Labour Party. So, and I believe you guys will follow him because PDP is your traditional party in Southeast. So,
well, we used to love PDP before, Sha. It's just that PDP fucked up. So I Cook, I didn't. What you said is not it's not far from the truth because I know PDP now. They will be very glad to have Obi because even Atiku had some meeting with Kwankwaso last time, a few days ago. So I think they are trying to make some amends to leave Wiki and the G5 behind. So they want to bring these. They are trying everything to bring these two guys together, Kwankwaso and to be back with the party to know how they will align these two guys. But you know, Obi now. Obi will still look at what he's going to lose in Labour Party because I don't think a lot of people will buy into that idea. I don't think. Because we in Labour Party now, we are more focused on what is happening in PDP and the APC. So we are trying to, yeah.
Can I real quickly, if I can say,
okay.
Peter B, Peter B's antecedent. It goes from one party to another. So if Kwankwaso and Obi comes together, who's going to be the president and who's going to be the vice president?
That's the problem now. That's why I said it's better Obi remain, and I know he will remain. You understand? He will remain in Labour because that PDP, the politics they are playing there. He might even leave Labour Party, and at the end of the day, they will do the primary and shortchange him, and it will be a big blow for him. So I think he understands it more better. So the best part is for him to stay. What we want him to do now is for him to stay to build Labour Party, whether he becomes the president or not, because we are using his image to build Labour Party.
A good point, but to your point, to your point, Peter B is not a builder, and I think we know that. And Peter B, he doesn't have that much time to wait for 8 more years or 16 years. He wants 8 now, so he doesn't have that time to do all this building stuff. Trust me, come tomorrow. I know you're not gonna be surprised. 'Cause I know that if PDP gives Peter B the opportunity to come back, it will leave Labour Party in a second. It's gone. Even Abga gives him the opportunity, it will be gone if he knows he's going to win. That's Peter B for you.
No. For now, things has changed. We have built a lot of. The only problem that Obi have now is the north, because in terms of our space now, Obi he have built a lot of ground. He have a lot of the followers he have in Labour Party now. I don't think he will get it in PDP. That's for sure. Yeah.
I think you are a political, what's that name? Let me just be very straightforward with you. If election holds again today, Peter Obi will never get anything near what he got in February. And you can take that to the bank. Peter Obi is not a political strategist. Peter Obi saw an opportunity, a wave, and he rode with the wave. Funny enough, there are quite a number of people that think the way you think. But if and when the push comes to shove, Peter Obi will never get the kind of support or vote that he got in the last election. And the earlier people that are strategizing for him know this, the better. Because what you are building now is just an illusion, pure and simple.
Sorry, Gary. Bishop,
what we have now, even before the election, we didn't have it. We don't have 10% of it during the election. What we have now.
I beg. Somebody is wrong.
You are wrong.
How am I wrong?
I hope that's not
saying that the kind of, if I interpret you very well, sorry. If I interpret you very well, you said the kind of support Peter Obi has now, he did not even get 10% of that before the election.
The structure on ground now, we don't have it before the election.
You are wrong.
And during the election. I'm not wrong. Labour Party don't have members. They don't have a meeting point and all that, and chairman inaugurating in the walls and all that. They don't have it before now.
I beg people.
But all those things, at least.
Who they snore like that? I beg.
Is that one man who's that?
Oh boy, go sleep now. Come on.
Is one man sleeping?
No, the person is doing it consciously. It's a satire telling you that everything we are talking here is boring.
Oh, that better be. That better be.
Who could that be? Okay.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, man.
Yeah,
The
this is
person's
not
snoring for real.
This guy's gone.
I cannot continue. Forget about whoever that is snoring. Make they enjoy themselves. They tell us they go. They carry us. Obi carry go. They go.
Yeah. What we have on ground now, we didn't have it during the election. So we are building seriously.
Which kind of medication this guy take? Now, wow.
Is that one man?
No. No.
Oh wow. That'll be some more thing. One man.
Ekene, I beg, leave the person now. Continue.
It's too loud to ignore now.
So, Bishop, this kind of suggestion you made was made even before the election, that there was no structure and all that. Talk more of now that we already believe in ourselves. We are building structures all over the local government. So we have more organized, more men on ground now. We now know ourselves. We now know the people to work with now, unlike before. So things are more organized. And the Labour Party chairman in Lagos State, the woman is doing a great job. She's doing a great job.
All right. Let's move it on, Ekene, and take it in the direction of our Bishop. Let's say from Bishop. Yeah. Bishop, come in.
One man, please. I want to ask Ekene a question.
Okay.
If Ekene accepts that they don't have the platform before, and they don't have the grounds, they are just building it now, even in Lagos. How come is Ekene claiming that, or how come would the Obedience Space claim they won the election?
How we claim that we won the election? Is that your question?
Yes, that's my question now. Because even in Lagos, if you don't have if you have not covered the grounds in Lagos, how would you claim you won the North, where it is obvious that you don't have presence? So that's my question. Because now I can see from your statement that you are just building a lot of things and bringing things together that you don't have before. So
yeah, I'm saying that now we won before, but we're going to do more better in the next election. That's what I'm saying. You understand? We'll do more better. If we did 6 million last time, we are doing 10 million next time, because we have more men on ground now. So that's what I want you to. We have more registered members. People are rushing into the party. So just unlike before, those tickets were not there, no member and all that. But now we have more registered members and all that, and the things are going well smoothly. More young guys and.
So Ekene, it is safe to say that you didn't win the 2023 election.
Well, we don't want to open that up again. We flogged that, answer that, and then we move on to Bishop.
Yeah, we'll do more better. That's my take. We'll do more better. I just believe that we'll do more better. No matter what is what people will say about the last election and what happened. No matter what happened in the last election, whatever we'll do in the last election, we're doing it double next time. That is our strategy, and we're going to do that. That's my take. Thank you, man.
All right, brilliant. Come in, Bishop. Come into the conversation at whatever entry point, Bishop.
Thank you. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, Telephone Patriots. It's nice to have you once again. Please click on the like button if you have not done so. I don't know. I've listened to quite a few submissions. Can you just lead me through the topics, if you don't mind?
Do you want me to take you through the topics, or is there anything in particular?
Just take me through. Just take me through.
Hold on. Just hold on. Is there anything in particular that you would like to talk about?
Just take me through. Yeah, I've listened to quite a few of them.
All right, let's kick it off from the Tinubu's daily darling, the wishy-washiness of his indecisiveness, which I think you already agree that there are signals showing that the man is I don't want us to press the alarm button just yet, but the level of indecisiveness is starting to come through.
Yeah, I think I've expressed my disappointment and sadness about how things have been so far. So I think I've said it. That's my view. I think I'm extremely very angry and disappointed so far with the way those flip-flop. I think there's no better way of describing what has happened than flip-flop. I think you are very correct. There's no better way to describe it. I think it's just flip-flop. And even though the president, the buck stopped at his desk, I think Gbajabiamila takes a whole lot of the flack for what is happening. I'm not impressed at all. In fact, I'm disappointed and angry that we could be having this number of fox paw at this point. So I've said that.
You know, this is something that's starting to concern me. How come Tinubu gets the glory for when applause is due, but Gbajabiamila gets the blame when Tinubu gets the glory and the criticism equally? What is Gbajabiamila's blame in Tinubu not being able to make a simple decision?
Don't misunderstand me. Tinubu is a chief. He's the man that sits at the head of the table. The buck stops at his desk. So if we are calling out, it's still his own failing. But of course, these people work at his pleasure. And so if they get it right, he takes the glory. If they get it wrong also, he takes the glory, he takes the blame. So it's not like we are singing about, of course, it is his prerogative. If you remember, we were having this conversation a couple of months back. I said, well, even though I don't agree with the choice of Gbajabiamila, but I defer to him. The buck stopped at his desk. So, I mean, the only thing I have that works for me is I should be able to call him out. I felt Gbajabiamila was a wrong choice for that post. I felt them dead. I really was hoping and wishing that I will be proven wrong. I still wish.
Hold on, Bishop. How is Tinubu reversing positions? How is that? How has Gbajabiamila's name come into the conversation?
How have you suddenly come up with reversing as a substitute for flip-flopping? If a coach in a football match changes the same player 3 times in a team, the only one word you will have to describe that coach is incompetence. If they are playing, after 15 minutes, he bring in another player for the same position, and after another person, is he experimenting? They have not even the last one he brought has not even kicked a ball, and it's changing him again. You will not be kind to such a coach. So yeah, that's me. Am I wrong? Tinubu, I really wish I'm wrong.
That's Tinubu's fault, though, not Gbajabiamila.
But that's what I'm saying now. Tinubu's fault, but Gbajabiamila is to assist him. But no. The buck stops at Tinubu's desk. I'm blaming Tinubu for it. I'm not blaming Gbajabiamila. I'm blaming Tinubu's choice of Gbajabiamila as the person that is supposed to, and that is coordinating these affairs where we are experiencing this flop. That's what I'm saying.
All right, let me take you to this space. President Tinubu receives petition against Africa's richest man, Dangote, over 3.4 billion siphoned through Nigeria's central bank. So and this is not the first time that this sort of allegation has been levied against Dangote.
Yeah, I think I had that on the side. Quite honestly, I was going to use an analogy when I had you reading it out. When you were reading it out, I was going to use an analogy, and the analogy was that you see, in Nigeria, it's one of the easiest things to do is to label people as thieves and corrupt and what have you. And unfortunately, it's. I mean, nobody bothers to look whether it is real or not. Everybody just wants to run with it. I used to use an analogy. An analogy is this: if you, as a person, goes to use thank you, sir. A battle, Rolushalanga. In those days, in our days, you can use anything to wipe yourself, to clean yourself. Now, it depends on how deep the person that is investigating you is. Depends on what the person wants to say. If you use leaves or kukwabado or paper or tissue paper or water and soap or soap and sponge, it depends on how much the person that is looking or how deep that person wants to look. You will still find something. Yoruba used to say something, Isale oro, olegmi. If they really want to get at you and they dig and dig and dig and dig, if they don't find anything, they will create something for you. So it is very difficult for you to see a rich person that somebody somewhere will not be able to explain the way. People that hate you will always come up with such things, no matter how pious, how righteous, how clean, how untainted, how unstained, and unblemished you are. People will always come up with that. Dangote, I believe, I want to be proven wrong. I believe strongly belongs to that category. People that have axes to grind with him, that are angry that why is he always the lucky one that always have all the opportunity? Why is it always about him alone? We always come up with things. They will sponsor all manner of campaign of carnal mind. Are there rich people that, if you really dig deep, they are very clean, sparkly clean, true and true? Maybe few, maybe not too many. But sometimes it might not be their own making. They see an opportunity and they take advantage of that opportunity. They launch at it and it works out for them. In some other areas, they have launched out and they've lost money. But nobody remembers when they lost money. But when it works out for them, everybody wants to say. So for me, I don't think Dangote is really, really that kind of person that's been painted to be. Yeah, he might have taken advantage of some of the policies of government and it's worked for him. Yeah, I mean, that is luck. But the petition, I don't think anything is going to come out of it. Because I don't think there's anything about that petition that is exceptional or that is...
Bishop, if you don't mind interjecting real quick.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, let's see. Well, going with your analogy, at that level of Dangote, you don't think... I mean, there's one thing to take advantage of policies. I mean, all smart people, rich people to do that. But there's another thing to be accused of corruption. And you don't believe that Dangote, as big as he is, as connected as he is, he doesn't have his hands dipped in the pot of the central bank. You think he's so clean that this allegation may be false? That's kind of hard to believe. Um, that's hard to believe, and that's why Dangote appears to be a clean person. And as they always say, also, sometimes the most incompetent people can be found in a well-oiled organization where things work so well. So Dangote may appear to be, nice and good, but its ends, I don't think, are clean. And again, it goes back to people like this guy, Emefiele, the underboss. See, a lot of the privileges or incentives that Dangote is enjoying, they don't come cheap. His hands are very much soiled. That's what I would say. I don't think it's clean. And
Okay.
again, guess what? I don't blame him because I said it before. At that high level, it's you come and you get your share of the pie. That's just the way it works.
Okay.
Bishop, let me help you, Bishop.
Okay.
Um, the same thing happened to Donald Trump here. Did they do Donald Trump anything? See, there is some position in life, like you are accusing Amazon in America, that it's only government. There is many decision probing that can happen. It's only government can decide to do whatever they want. I don't say Dangote is clean, but if they want to probe Dangote, it's only government can do that. It's not from outside petition. That's just what I want to add.
Okay. I think that's fair enough. I think you really captured it. You see, which politician or which rich person? I used to say something here that we have a mentality of kacham, chief, kacham, rogue, kacham, robber. Which millionaire in the world today, anywhere in the world, are we going to bring to Nigeria's scenario? And we are not going to point fingers of, oh, it's a thief to him. Let's count how many millionaires we have in Nigeria today. Let's leave Dangote out. Even not the multi-billionaires. The millionaire that we see that have not enjoyed some government patronage at one point or the other. Also, we know how our pastors in our churches were enjoying what do they call it? This waiver when it comes to import under Jonathan. We knew how all of them were doing it, where they are importing things. And because Jonathan was giving them, when they want to go and approach Jonathan, some big men in the church that their tithes are heavy, they will add to it. Oh, instead of importing 2, 3, 4 containers for the church, it will turn to 40. They were enjoying. Everybody takes advantage of the situation. The problem is this: in the process of doing it, have they broken any law that can be proven? If it is not, then we should just desist from that culture of labeling everybody. When it happens to us, it's a blessing. Oh, it's a favor. If everybody is clean at the gate of the filling station, and the manager comes and says, hey, Mr. Man, whether he knows me from somewhere, and he calls me in, and I go in and I buy fuel when there is scarcity, I will call it a favor. Everybody will say, oh, look at. If I want to buy dollar, I want to travel, my son or my daughter or my won't pay school fees, and everybody is running. We are blaming the CBN. But somebody in my church say, oh, I'll give you a card. I have one of my something. Okay, go and meet the person. And I go there and I need $10,000, and they give me $10,000. I will call it favor and blessing. I will give testimony. Come on, let's draw the lines. Dangote, maybe somehow, I'm not saying he's a saint. I mean, I remember somebody was saying here some days ago that Peter Obi is a saint. I'm not saying Dangote is a saint. Tinubu is not a saint. I'm saying.
Let me tell you one of the allegations being leveled against this guy in the readout. They said Emefiele, he went and borrowed $1 billion from Afrixim Bank.
Yeah.
For the Nigerian state, and then out of that $1 billion, he funneled 750 million to Dangote at a subsidized rate.
Yes.
So that's not the level of somebody gives you a note
So
to go
no,
and
just hold on, just hold on, just hold on. So let's assume without considering. When was there a need for Dangote's $750 million before he influenced Emefiele to go and borrow that money to satisfy Dangote's needs? That's one. If that is established, purely criminal, not just corruption, a criminal intent has been established. Was there a motive or incentive for Emefiele or Emefiele, if he was whatever his name is, that okay, if you bring me, you are going to get $100,000 or $150,000 or $20,000 in return as a kickback in whatever name they want to call it? If it is established, then both of them are liable. But if Dangote, Emefiele went and gets money, so okay, we are running short of, and that's why I hate defending the dollar by whatever means. Let's just allow it, because some people will always get and take advantage of it, and they will benefit more than the other. So back to what I'm saying.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. Before you go back to what you're saying, let me give you this paragraph. Let me give you just this bit. It says, it's alleged that the suspended CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele borrowed $1 billion from Afriksim Bank in the second quarter of 2023, out of which 750 million was illegally funneled to Dangote at a concessionary rate. It's therefore urged the president to investigate the flagrant violation of our financial laws. It reads, I bring to your attention a scandalous issue of gross financial misconduct and illegality involving the Dangote Group, a flagrant abuse of the Central Bank of Nigeria's Forex guideline, and not just for that particular deal, for the past 10 years. First exposed by Dr. Okwebanwo of Change Vigilante International in his 2016 petition to the former President Buhari. It noted the brazen illegality involved a shocking violation of CBN's guideline, causing a USD 3.4 billion diversion from Nigeria's national treasury at a rate between 150 to 200 naira to the dollar, when the parallel exchange rate was more than double that. This insidious financial maneuvering still threatens the very stability of our country's economy even today. Astoundingly, this flagrant siphoning was carried out using, so this is where the fraud comes in. Astoundingly, this flagrant siphoning was carried out using Form A instead of the legal route through Form M, which is tantamount to a gross violation of the law, as it offers no financial returns to our country. Sorry, can you mute yourself for a moment? We can hear feed. The barefaced audacity of this financial transgression is further displayed by several implicated banks, which have audaciously sanctioned millions of dollars at the CBN rate to Dangote Group in direct violation of CBN's instruction to source. So this is the bit that I wanted to land on. In direct violation of CBN's instructions to source funds from the parallel or interbank market. So this last paragraph, these unscrupulous actions facilitated the illegal transfer of funds for supposed foreign investments, including the supposed constructions of factories in countries like Congo and Liberia, etc. So it's high fraud to the tune of $3.4 billion. That guy should be locked up. So it's not that some opportunistic are helping out, it's just fraud. Bishop.
Hello.
Yeah.
Now let me say it again so that I agree with you entirely. I am saying if fraud is proven, the intent and the execution, the carrying out of it. People have been fined all over the world when they take advantage, when they are caught, their hands with their hands in the cookie jar. Fine him 3 billion, fine him 5 billion, so that it won't destroy. But it cannot be above the law. If Dangote was found or is found to have flouted any law of the land in this area that we are discussing, why not bring him to books? Deal with him the way you would deal with, as prescribed by the law. I'm in full support of that. I am just saying that trial by the newspaper or the pages of newspaper and media that tends to kind of destroy rather than build and serve as a deterrent.
Do you think Dangote is above the law?
Absolutely no. What makes him above the law?
Because it's too big an entity.
No, it cannot be too big. No. Once you create a situation whereby some individuals are too big, then we are in trouble.
You don't
think may I interject?
Yeah,
go ahead.
May I interject, Bishop? Thank you. I know you're a very smart man. I want to drop some hints for you to connect the dots. Because Nigeria as an entity has been done dirty. Very, very much. Look at the person who visited Tinubu after the election. Tinubu was declared. Dangote went to his house in Ikoyi, I think 2 times. He visited Aso Rock alone, came back with Microsoft Man. He came back again with Microsoft Man. And there was this one who also visited him. He even went as far as staying with him in Paris. And there is one who never showed up or showed up when he visited Awujale. But if you look at the UBA guy, he did not go anywhere. He didn't move an inch. In fact, Tinubu visited him as a neighbor coming back from Abuja. He visited the UBA guy. He right in his house.
Elumelu.
Yeah, I just say Bishop is smart. He can connect the dot. Now, if you remember the day that fake opening ceremony for the refinery was made, everybody gave speech. Have you wondered why Emefiele also gave a short speech where he defended Dangote that yes, they borrowed Dangote some money as he has almost paid everything back. That statement, if anybody remembers what Emefiele said there. What they have done to Nigeria.
Yeah, that was at the opening of the refinery, yes.
I call it fake opening because there are fake openings. Even Lagos rail line, fake opening. It is, I know the best thing the taxis have been talking about ever since is we should not injure ourselves. All we need to do right now is to call these people to the table. Give us some. Because whether we are saying it's not above the law, it's above the law. A man with the kind of money they have will bog us down in the law court for years to come. It happens all over the world. So the thing to do is present to them the evidences and appeal to their consciences. Even if it's half, let them give us back. We need those money. It is, how can a central bank governor, for instance, single-handedly go and borrow money without the board of central bank approval or the presidency's approval and start disbursing it? Only in Nigeria that can happen. Only in Nigeria that can happen. I yield. Thank you, Bishop.
Okay. I agree with you. My position is very simple and very straightforward. Are there laws that are guiding those things? I believe there should be. Have those laws been violated in any way, whether by Emefiele Am I still on?
Sorry.
Okay.
I was not concentrating. Ask the question again. Sorry.
No, not question. I was actually saying something. I just wonder. Everything just went blank, so I thought maybe nobody was hearing me again.
Yes, you went blank for a moment, but carry on.
Oh, okay. So I say, I agree with your submission or with your interjection. What I'm saying is this: if it is established that Dangote, with the help of Emefiele, or Emefiele in connivance with Dangote had broken any law, let us use them as example. Look, was it right for Emefiele to go and borrow money to shore off the naira against the dollar? If it is right, okay. Was it right and legal for Dangote to go and borrow money from the CBN and they qualified?
You're gone again, Guy. Bishop. Can anyone hear me?
I'm hearing you. If you're not hearing me.
No, you went silent for a moment. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm parked. I'm not driving. I'm just sitting in my car. So okay, maybe I should just yield for somebody else to talk when my network improves.
All right, you are better now. So land the Emefiele space and then as
I was saying, if it is established, it is proven that whether alone or in connivance or in cahoot with Dangote, Emefiele had broken the law. Let the law take its course. It's just that we should not over concentrate on Dangote as if we are witch hunting and leave other people that benefit in similar situations. If we want to do it, let's go the whole hog. I always say there is no system in the world that brings all criminals behind bar. We make an example of people that are caught. So if it is Dangote this time around, so be it. Let us find him so that we will not shut down his investment and business in Nigeria. How much fine does it deserve? Is it $1 billion? Is it $2 billion? Less, so that when it happens to some other person tomorrow, they will not say, "Oh, it is because he's." Let the law apply to everybody equally.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Bishop. Isheshede, traditionalists free to exercise their human rights are delicate to Oluwo. So this was the narrative of the Oluwo of Iwo, telling them now that nativist practices is no longer to be allowed in Iwo. But there's been a proviso in the course of the last person that spoke on this. Somebody sent in a video clip. So let me play that as well. And then we hear your submission.
Akwodun, akuyedun, ọdún egungun tí à ń ṣe lénìí ní Ìwó, àdẹ̀kù ọdún náà káàkiri gbogbo ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run, ọ̀pọ̀ ọdún la máa ṣe láyé. Oníṣẹ̀ṣe ni àwa. Adẹ̀ ń ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ní ti dáadáa. Nǹkan tí a dẹ̀ fẹ́ jẹ́ kẹ́ máa lọ ní àlàáfíà, kẹ́ jẹ́ kẹ́ ọdún yìí kó dùn kú láàrin. Ọdún kan tá a sọ pé ní tí a kàn sọ pé a gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe òun ni pé eégún tí ò bá ti fẹ́ rí èèyàn tàbí tó ní obìnrin ò gbọ́dọ̀ jáde tàbí ọkùnrin ò gbọ́dọ̀ jáde, ìyẹn nìkan ni ó lè fa ìdàlúrú. Oníṣẹ̀ṣe lèmi, I'm a traditionalist and I'm the custodian of tradition and culture. But any tradition or culture that might infringe on people's freedom or rights, tàbí tí ó ní káwọn èèyàn má jáde, orò tí ó bá ní kéèyàn má jáde lání kò gbọdọ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Ìwó. Orò tí ó ní àgbọdọ̀ jáde lálẹ́ sí àárọ̀ ní aago kan sáago kan, ìyẹn nìkan ni àgbàláyè ní Ìwó. Kí gbogbo èèyàn ẹ má gbé àwọn ìròyìn tí ò bá dáa. Ní tá à ń fẹ́ ní àlàáfíà, ìgbé pọ̀ rere àlàáfíà wa ń wò èmi gan ni mo sanwó fún gbogbo àwọn tí mo fáwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe lówó àwọn mo fún lówó ọdún mi ìsìn lé mi ìsìn nítorí mo ń láti ó yẹ kí mi gan wà ń bẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n mi ìsìn nítorí pé mo wá fún ọ̀rọ̀ kan tó ṣe pàtàkì nítorí ọ̀rọ̀ ìlú nítorí ìdàgbàsókè ilẹ̀ Ìwó ọdún yìí a sọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀ láyé o nínú ayọ̀ àtàlàáfíà yóò dáa fún mi.
Are you noticing some sort of change in tone from it almost comes across almost majestic as opposed to how we usually see him drugged up and just high all the time?
Sorry, I did not. Is that the Oluwo speaking?
Yeah, surprisingly, yes.
Oh, that's interesting. Unfortunately, I was not seeing the video. I was just hearing him. I'm really impressed that if that's him. Because the news I had
usually
before,
it's usually brash and crude.
Yeah. Very untoward. Yeah, if that's him, then that's impressive. If that's Oluwo, then I'm impressed. And that's good. I mean, let's take it general first. My position is this: live and let live. I am a Christian, and my father was a Muslim. He became a Christian.
Have we lost you again, Bishop? Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes, I hear you, one man. I don't know what's going on.
I think we've lost Bishop, but let me play you this clip. This is the Oluwo that we know, not the one that is speaking like he was the Oni of Ife. This is the Oluwo that we know, smoking Colorado. So that's how we remember the Oluwo, not speaking like he was a real king. But are you back, Bishop, or should I just go on to Jide or Ajane Koko? I think we've actually lost him. Let's go on then. Let's come to Ajane Koko. Let's come to Ajane Koko. Ajane Koko, are you ready?
It's Jide. You can go to Jide and come back.
All right. Okay. Let me come to Jide then. Jide, are you ready? Or have you fallen asleep, Jide?
One man, I'm with you.
Yes, it's a long stretch, isn't it? When you come to the one man, yes, Zuru, yes, exactly. But at the Oluwo space, Bishop was speaking on it just then. What are you making then? Although he has clarified it now, so I'm not quite sure if we are still able to give him a beating.
One man, I don't trust whatever this man has just said. This is the Oluwo that have said so many things in the past. When he was given the crown, he came back and said he's emir and that he would not follow the traditional rites. These are things that he said in the public and is in public domain. So I don't trust this direction. I think the recent clip of him misbehaving, taking Colorado and all those things are coming out. Maybe he's the one making him a bit gentle because this man is not a gentleman. This man is not a gentleman at all. So I don't believe what he's saying. I believe what he's saying is as a result of, it's not a true reflection of who he is. Neither is it a true reflection of what his thoughts are like. I think it is a reflection of what the situation has turned him to. Okay, he said he's not around.
Jide, you don't think the pushback from the governor has forced him to, talk this way or try kind of relax and speak in such a civilized manner, you know? You don't think?
Exactly my point, Baba Njale Koko, because the pushback will have come from so many quarters. So many quarters. So he's only acting because he knows with just by one decree, the governor can get him out of that space. So I feel he's just reacting to the situation. This is not the Oluwo that we know, and it's not the real Oluwo. This is not the one we know, and I'm sure he's not even the guy. The guy is just pretending. So I don't see anything interesting in what he has said. And for me, I don't know why they would want to stop traditionalists. Like I used to say, you know, I've said it. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Babalawo. I only believe that there's one creator that created everything. So if I have the right to practice the way I practice, I wake up in the morning and I pray to the creator of heaven and earth, and not using anybody's name. Because all what we have seen, for me, I've been a Christian once, and I know how I got to this place. So I think everybody has his right to his own religious right, or everybody has right to practice whatever they want.
What made you abandon the Christian faith?
Oh man, that's a topic that if I start here, it will take a long time.
You know, we've tackled that topic before, and we'll tackle it again. There's a lady called Maureen Badejo that we brought here that opened up a lot of that space.
Okay. Let me just throw a little light on that. Now, woman, if what actually pushed me to this was, I just felt something.
Sorry, before you go in there, were you born into a Christian household?
Yes, I was born into a Christian household.
All right, carry on.
I was born into a Christian household. My father and my mother are still top officials in a very big Christian.
Is it a white garment space?
No. It's
okay, carry on.
It's we started from white garment, then they moved to Foursquare. From Foursquare, now they are Mountain of Fire. But for me, where it started is I knew something was wrong, because I always view it like this. Coming to Africa, for me, I feel if you are born in Africa, is as good as hellfire. So how would you now tell me that somebody, that's where it started for me anyway, that how will you tell me that somebody that lived in the United States or in Europe, that had access to all the basic things of life and everything, would die one day and go to hellfire or go to heaven? And somebody that circumstance from the beginning of his life has never been faithful to his life will still die and go to the same place. So I started going through the scriptures itself then, and I started noticing that there were some discrepancies here and there. And then I went through history, and I now noticed that all these things were formulated to keep us in bondage and things like that. And you know about the slave Bible, the Bible that they read to slaves every morning. When I noticed that the verse of the Bible, I think in the book of Isaiah, that spoke about the virgin birth of Jesus, the story there does not match what is in the New Testament. If you read the story very well, it was a sign. God sent Prophet Isaiah to King Ahaz and told him to look for, to search, to give him a sign that he would destroy these kings that are coming to attack him, King Remaliah and King Resin of Syria, that he would destroy them. But the king did not believe. Then God now said, okay, give me something in heaven, on earth, and underneath the earth that I will do to show you that this thing is true. The king now said, no, I'm not going to tempt my Lord, my God. And he now said, okay, because you have not chosen a sign, this is the sign I'm going to give to you. A child will be born of a virgin, and before the child can know what is good from right, these kings and that team up against you will be destroyed. Read it very well. That is the story. If you go to the next chapter, I think it's chapter 8. It was spoken about how it happened. If you go to the book of Kings, the book of Kings now capture how the kings, those two kings were destroyed in the same period of that same King Gehazi. So I now start linking things together, adding things together. These things don't add up. Then the New Testament came and quoted that verse of the Bible. So I now started researching, going into history, a lot of things like that. And I made a lot of discoveries which I cannot, even from the Bible itself, New Testament versus Old Testament. If anybody feels, that's why I don't discuss it with people, because I used to be a student of my Bible. I read it. I don't allow any pastor read to. If pastor bring a verse out of the Bible, I read the whole chapter to know what they are saying there. So, and when I started seeing that these stories don't align, and when I started noticing that the Romans actually changed the narratives of the Bible, when I noticed that David, according to the Bible, is a black man, Solomon is a black man. From the Bible itself, he stated it there. In the book of Samuel, I think Samuel 17, he said, and the Philistines saw him and he was disdained because he was beautiful and of a ruddy countenance. So when I went and searched for the meaning of ruddy on Google, they told me it was somebody having red color and whatever. Then I put ruddy cow, ruddy goat, ruddy leather, ruddy, and I saw the color. It is my color. It is my color like me. Then I started noticing there's something going on. So it is a very long, it was a very long journey for me coming to where I am. And even the book of Leviticus, how they do their rituals is not different from what our Babalawos do. So I now notice that this thing, is it like some people came to change the narrative of some people, all in the name of making them slaves to themselves. And again, even if you go back to slave trade, the first ship that came to take slave from Africa was named after Jesus. So if you continue to look at it, then you now look at it. If somebody actually believed in Jesus, the peaceful master, how would that person go into this kind of dehumane and criminal, barbaric act of coming to take people as slaves, putting shackles on their neck, putting padlocks and things like that? So by the time I start putting everything together, I realized that, okay, well, it's like these people brought up this thing. It is a story that they brought up. Even go to the Old Testament. Read what.
Jide, hold on one moment. Let me bring you this letter written by King Leopold II. He was the king of Belgium. So,
yes, I've read that letter too as well.
You read that letter. So
yes.
So when you were talking, it just put me. But if you've read it, then you know what it says.
In the letter, he said it's not like these people don't know God, but if you are going there, you are going there for the cause of Belgium. You need to let them think that they are what they have is inferior to your own. And you see, when I read our history, to a very long depth, and I started realizing that there are a lot of things. Okay, Songo was a king in Oyo. Songo was not a deity. Songo was a king. Human being died. People deified him because of his attributes and power. Ogun was the same, but there was something they were worshiping before these people came. All these kings and everything. There's this book by Thomas. Samson Johnson, a colleague of Ajayi Crowder. I read that book. I was amazed. This man was even telling us how the Yorubas go to war, how the formation, everything. If you have read the story, the book, The Journey of Olaudah Equiano, if you have read that, he was a slave that was taken to UK and he became one of those slaves that found favor. And the man was saying that where he took him from, deep into Africa. By the time he got to southwestern Nigeria, he was even seeing them as if they were Jews. These were people that hit with clay, they used with their hands. They said he said in his word that they practiced the Hebrew way of life. Even there is a map on, if you Google it, there's a map of Africa, 1600, and there is an inscription of it on it. It said, and in their League of Nations below, just above the coast of Guinea, I mean the ocean now. He said these people are not blacks, but they are blacks, but they are not blacks. They are of a different continent. And obviously, if you look at we on the downside and you look at those on the Sudan, in the Sudan era, you notice that there are two different colors. One is extremely burnt and the other is not, we are not burnt. So this man now said that these people practice the Sabbath and they also wear clothes. They know how to wear clothes, and they have they know the knowledge of alphabet. They can read and write, meaning that these things are not strange to us. It's just that we don't know our history. I have read a lot of books, and I have read even my Bible in total. Go to the Old Testament, read what will happen in the end time. Go and read what Revelation said will happen in the end time. You see that there are two different things. Go and it is just at that point. That was when I said, "Oh, I've had enough of this." And if you look at Christianity itself, when it was first designed, I think it was designed as another way to send money into the purse of the whites. Because from what King Leopold said, what I'm trying to say now would just be it's not King Leopold would just be a confirmation to what I've said. Now, what I wanted to say was that Anglican came out of Catholic. The rest came out of Catholic. It was later on that all this Pentecostal came out. Yes. But in those days, if you look at it, if they are going to pay tithe from everywhere in the world into the Anglican post, the tithe goes to the headquarters. The headquarters is not in Africa. The headquarters is outside Africa. And even to the point that King Leopold now stated it, that anything they have to think of, even missionaries were sent out to change our perception, to think that our gods are lesser and their own gods are this. That is the aim of missionary, from what King Leopold stated. So I've read a lot of books and I came to the conclusion. It was very difficult, even convincing my wife, my wife to on this. It was very difficult because she was from a strong Christian home too. But now what we do is we wake up in the morning, we pray to our Creator. We don't know his name, Creator of heaven and earth. I know Yoruba called Eledumare. In that book that I said I read, he said there are only two things that Yoruba worship: Ori and Eledumare. Those are the two things. Before all this, Songo came in. Songo, his mother was from Tapa and things like. All the story is there. Even when they are going to war, the formation is there. How they build their house is there. Their rituals, the guy stated everything there. So when I read those things, I compare it to what I've read in the Old Testament. Do you know, in the Old Testament, there was a place he said that if you are going to, when he was talking about offering for sins, he said, if you have a cow, bring a calf, kill it, fine. If you don't have a calf, bring a lamb that is non-blemished. Okay. If you don't have a lamb, bring 2 pigeons. He now said something. You should not use knife to cut it. He said, don't sever the head. You have to twist, just like the Babalawos do. You have to twist the head for the sacrifice. So all these things, if we start looking at our culture, even our culture vis-a-vis what is in the Bible, Old Testament, that's where I started changing my mind about a lot of things. You want to marry, if you are doing marriage in Yoruba land, you do virginity tests. Circumcision was not brought to us by Christianity. Even the first pope that got circumcised at a very old age. So it was not their culture, it was our culture. Circumcision, either Muslim, Christian, Babalawo, 7th day you do your circumcision. All those things are also in the Bible and they are part of our culture. But if you don't read your Bible, if you don't read all those things, if you don't know all these things, we don't know how far we are from the truth. The book of Solomon, in the Song of Solomon says, I think it's chapter 1, verse 5, he said, my beloved is dark and comely. His hair is like wool. Even when they say Nazarene, we know that Nazarene is Tadana, and we know that it's only black man that his head would naturally go into dreadlock. See, there are so many facts that are there. There are so many facts that are there that has pointed to this thing. So that's how I came to my own conclusion. Woman.
Yeah, Jide, may I just come
I'm
in?
sorry, Baba. Could you explain the Nazarene again? I missed that part. I wasn't paying attention.
Nazarene are people that don't cut their hair and their hair dreads naturally.
Wearing dreadlocks.
And he said that's only for which kind of people or race? Is that what you said?
What I said was naturally a black man's hair, you leave it into dreadlock.
Solely black people can have a dreadlocks, or is that what you mean?
It's a naturally occurring.
Have you seen a white man with a dreadlocks before?
Very rare.
Is it possible?
Well,
it is probable, but it's very rare. I'm not sure if I've even maybe on TV or something, but I've never in real life seen a white person with dreadlocks. I have to say.
That's what I was
saying. I have.
But it's natural. They must have gone to the salon to do
It's
that.
different from
no
Brasapirian.
salon. No. Well, of course, we have different texture when it comes to hair, a black person's hair and a white person's hair. But I've seen white people, their hair looks exactly, of course, maybe blonde or dirty brown or whatever. It looks exactly like dreadlocks that you see the Rastafarians wear. So no, it's not peculiar to black people. I don't believe that.
No, Prince Daddy, what happened with the dreadlock? It's a natural thing. You are born as a dada. That is, you come with natural dreadlock. It comes naturally. That's the one. The other one, as we know it today, is a fad, a kind of fashion. You understand? People going to the salon and twisting their hair. But there is a natural dreadlock. Look, they come with certain power, just like that of Samson. You understand? And I want to let Jide know that people transforming into deity is not common. In your own Diorisha. Just like Jesus Christ transformed and become a saint. Same thing Muhammad and all others, Zoroastrianism or Shintoism and everything like that. That's how religion evolved. And in the Old Testament, it talked about Judaism, not Christianity. Old Testament even shouldn't be part of our Christian Bible. But to understand why it is attached is for us to know the roots of Jesus Christ, how the root came about. Because Jesus Christ's root is not that very clean. We have prostitutes, we have adulterers, we have killers, people who committed murder.
Sorry. What I'm trying to say is this: that particular route, what I'm saying is not something you cannot check. You can go to where it was prophesied that a virgin birth,
No, unto us a child will be born. His name will be called Wonderful.
No, not that.
That in Isaiah is a prophecy foretold.
That part is actually no, not that part. That part did not talk about a virgin birth. That part was talking about King Hezekiah. Yes, the part that is talking about the virgin birth is what I said you should read. Read the part, compare it to what the New Testament claims. Read the next chapter. If you have a strong concordance, look for the name of those kings and what happened to them. Then you will find out that it has already occurred in the book of Kings. So going back to refer to them in the book of Matthew, Luke, and Mark, it's not right because it's not the same story. Emmanuel in the Bible was first mentioned in Isaiah, and Isaiah said it will be a virgin birth, and that virgin birth is a sign for a king that he would destroy his enemies. So you go and look for it. I'm not saying believe what
I know that portion. That's why it's referred to as wonderful, and that's why the Jews didn't believe that the guy who came is their savior because he was not a warrior king.
What
They're
I was
expecting
saying,
a warrior king.
No. That place is not even. That place said before the child can say what is good from right.
Before we get locked into doctrinal, biblical something, is it your takeaway is that what you got out of the Bible was not different that much from what was nativist practice of your culture anyway? So you couldn't really see where the need to abandon that is. So rather than stay with the Bible or go to the nativist, you've just decided to go organic and just surrender to whatever higher being there is.
Yeah, woman. If you look at it, let's even look at it this way. In the days of this same traditional,
you know that. Sorry to cut you short. You know that back in those days, because it was the Romans that was ruling Palestine then, which was where Christianity came out of. It came out of Palestine, because yes, it came out of Palestine, and it was the Romans that ruled it then. And when Christianity first started, it started as one of like 1,000 or more pagan practice, which they considered pagan practice then, because they were worshiping Zeus and things like that in Palestine then, which was an outpost of the Roman Empire.
Woman. See, that's why I said I don't want to go into this thing in details because you are taking me to another aspect again. Okay, I can name 2 or 3 gods in Greek mythology, Egyptian mythology, that if you read their story and compare it directly to the story of Jesus that we have in the Bible, they are the same thing. Read about Osiris, read about Mithras, read about that is where the problem comes.
Even you know those storylines. You know those storylines actually even traces back to India, because a lot of those stories they're actually telling us.
Krishna has the same storyline. Even Krishna, they celebrate his birth on the 25th. He has 12 disciples. He started teaching at the age of 12. He said, just read it. Just read it.
But looking at all those stories,
move forward from that aspect?
Yes, it's too deep before we blaspheme. Yes, before we blaspheme.
Now, sorry, woman. That's you just used the what do you call it now? Have used to silence her for too long in our quest and search for deeper truth and knowledge. You said it's blasphemy. Who coined that word? Who created that? That's the creation to a slave in its entirety. And it can be very offensive sometimes. I ask questions, and I've asked questions that have to do with my own very existence. And if I'm not afraid to ask questions that has to do with my own very existence, then there's nothing that says I should not ask questions about anything. We demonized over the years and decades
allowed some of these distorted foreign influenced way of life. I don't want to use the word religion adversedly, to distort our own way, which originally should be very organic if we have paid a little bit more heed and attention to it. But when you want to ask question and to dig deeper, they term it blasphemy. And what do you call it now? And I began, and that word, I'm sorry, not you now. That word ordinarily irritates me. I've read quite a few things. The letter you were referencing before, the first time I read it, I shuddered, and I was wondering about who's going to tell us the truth about these things. I had the privilege of reading the complete Bible several years ago, and there are so many discrepancies. The one they call the complete Bible. And the question I've always asked is this: who now authorized the removal of those parts of the Bible, the Apocrypha, the Tobit, the Judith, the whatever, Maccabees, and the rest? And because there are quite a few things that are recorded there. But when you want to mention some of those things now, somebody will say it is blasphemy. Who termed them the quest for knowledge, the search for truth? Who termed them as being blasphemous? So if we want to dig this and to gain something from it, I'm all for it. Maybe you're going to make someday so that it's going to be
but you're a bishop now. Are you not a senior church person? You and Prince Daddy and
that's a topic for another day, woman. Maybe we'll have that conversation. But I'm really willing to dig further and to learn. So if we are going to, so don't shut us down with that your this is blasphemy, or don't let if we are going to, if the quest for knowledge is going to take us to uncharted areas, please let us have that conversation. Maybe not today, so that will not digress too much, but it's something that's going to enrich many of us that have genuine quest and thirst for new knowledge and frontiers. Thank you.
Bishop,
all right,
the Bishop is a holy book that is written not to be questioned. That book is from God, so you cannot question anything in that book.
Which book?
It is just for you to believe in it and have faith and move on.
And that's what I'm asking you, which book are you referencing now? Is it the King James version? We know the story of the man King James. Is it the Bible authored by the King James version, the King of England, who was how do we qualify him? His way of life, his conduct, his behavior, his antecedents, his record are there for people to see. Is what do they call this now? This, I don't know how to qualify that. So I don't know. I want to know which book you are referencing. We are making reference to here now, sir.
All of them.
Baba Janle Koko.
I have a cover page.
Let's leave this topic. We just let's celebrate Isheshe.
So let's just celebrate Isheshe.
Exactly.
People that want to embrace Isheshe, let us embrace it. Let them embrace it in peace. Don't let us demonize it the way we have been doing. People that want to go the Isheshe way, whether modern, whether they are educated, whether they are not educated, whether they are semi-literate, let them do it. If religion can practice, so let them do it. The idea of making it, demonizing, and people are looking at it as if something that is out of the blue, I have difficulty with that. If I go to, if I am in Ibadan today or in anywhere in Nigeria, and they are doing Isheshe, and they kill Agbo, I will eat that Agbo.
I agree with you.
Bishop,
totality.
So,
I agree with you. I agree with your submission in totality. Everything.
Thank you, sir.
I agree with you. Yeah.
We're very pious people because we even in villages we don't have doors, no door, and the villages are always empty. Everybody goes to Abba, which is the farm. You have your yam ban behind your hut, and nobody's going to touch it. If anybody touch it, it has a way. It has to tie a pan front. We call it akbaroko, sibe. You understand? You go to a man's farm, you can take papaya and eat. Don't take extra home, but just eat and be filled, and leave a sign that you were hungry and you've ate. If you meet a woman in the farm who has tied up her firewood and she can't help herself, if you help her, because in helping a woman, your chest may probably touch her chest. There is a way you have to tie a roko. That's a palm frond, a language your husband will understand that, oh, it is a man that helped her put this firewood on her head, but I didn't touch her. Those are exceptional rules. That's how we evolve until religion came and corrupted us. Thank you.
You know, I didn't actually know that, what you just said then.
Oh, that's it. That's how we evolve. That's how we evolve. Even the tithing, let me shock you. It's not specific to Jewish tradition alone. In our villages, in the ancient times, the chief priest of the village stays in the village. He doesn't go to the farm, the Abba. So if you just have a baby, all the children, the infirmed, the lame, they put them in the chief's shrine to look after them until they come back from shrine, farm, because the chief priest doesn't have farm of his own. So everybody that is coming back to collect their children, their infirmed and everything, to go home, will drop yam, will drop pineapple. If they have bush rat, they drop. That's tithing in our own tradition.
Exactly my point.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Jide. Take us to Tinubu and his wishy-washy ways. Flip-flop, your president.
Woman, I really don't have much to say about this guy, Jerry. I just feel he's succumbing to the pressure of the party and some people. And just like people are planning for 2027, he's also doing his own job too. I don't blame him. I don't blame him for whatever he's doing. No matter how wishy-washy it looks like, the man has to secure the base. So if he has said no, and some people kicked against it, and he came back to say yes, it's still part of politics. Well, the part I wanted to speak to was that El Rufai thing. Before I go to bed, I think I think El Rufai case is a case of Shetima blocking El Rufai, because obviously El Rufai's comment as a governor when he was speaking about the other religion has actually dented his chances of becoming a president, so to say, somehow. So the man is actually looking for a lifeline. And if he had become the minister of power and he performs very well, everybody will have at least overlooked that aspect for him. But the same thing goes for Shetima. Shetima too is eyeing 2020 when Tinubu will handle. So it's just a case of blocking themselves. So Entoba Yara knows pé àwọn bàbá máa ń gbìn. So it's politics. Everything is politics, and that's why he's paining El-Rufai seriously. But that's the way I see it, because there are internal politics to all these things.
Do you think El-Rufai will just walk away from it and surrender it to God, or do you think he will plot against these people?
He will plot against them.
Do you remember when El-Rufai said that if anybody does anything to a Fulani man, it's a debt repayable even in 1,000 years? Do you remember when he said that?
That's the Fulani way. They don't forgive. They don't forgive that easy. So I think a lot of things will still come out as a fallout from this. But the best thing El-Rufai can get to compensate him from Tinubu might be maybe an ambassadorial position, or probably head of parastatal somewhere, which I think is bigger than that kind of a platform now. It's bigger than just heading a parastatal, somebody that's already headed the state. So I think for me, El-Rufai, they have played him out of the game already, and they've tried denting his chances.
Do you think they've played him out permanently? Because when we were doing the ministerial list, there was a slot that had no name attribution, but just said Kaduna.
They will give somebody else from Kaduna. Because the moment Ribadu, I accept Nobu waiting anyways. But the way I see it as power play. Power play. People are already looking into the future. It's power play. So that's my take on it. And again, woman, you were saying Dangote, does he make money from cement like that? Cement is big money. You know, I work for a cement plant. Cement is big money. A business that can give you 400 or more percent profit. There was a time cement was sold for 2005 in Nigeria, and our basic cost of production on one bag was around for 400 and something naira. So cement is big money. So that's just my take.
All right, brilliant. Let's go. Actually, let's go on to Ajale Koko. But I'm going to leave you a message in the private chat. You know how to access the private chats, Jide?
Yes.
All right. Let's go on to Ajale Koko and to the flip flopping of Tinubu. Ajale Koko, let's hear from you.
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button. Share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, I think it is not good for, to see Tinubu flip-flopping like this. It is not good. But I want to agree a little bit with Prince Daddy that it is better for him to do the correction now than to get into it and start taking some out and flipping them around and stuff like that. So I agree with Prince Dati that it is not a big deal like that, but the optics is not good in the real sense of it, that why is he changing position? He should be able to make a decisive decision once you have announced your position. You should make it clear and do your homework well. Come out with a clear position that everybody can understand, and not tell us one thing today and tomorrow you are telling us a different thing. So, but I agree with Prince Daddy that it's not too bad for now. That he has not done the swearing in, and is quickly after some weeks and started taking some out and flipping them around and stuff like that. So I think as we are criticizing him for flip-flopping, I hope they are listening to us. We are just saying that it is good for him to always do him and his team to always do their homework well, do their research well on every individual or any person that or any position they want to take. Do their homework well before telling us their position and not be flip-flopping. So let us just wait for the swearing in tomorrow. And I think, I hope they will do a good job for us. Immediately from tomorrow, we want to see in the next few months to come, maybe we'll start seeing some impact in the, maybe we start feeling some impact in the direction they're going to take the country. So that is what really matters most to us. So let's wait. We're going to see the swearing. I hope they are not going to come out with some changes tomorrow morning again. I hope they're not going to do that. But let us wait till tomorrow or maybe later today, because some people are already, they're already, it's Monday already in some places already, like in Britain now. Those guys are in bed.
It's Monday here.
Yeah, Monday over there, where we are in Sunday night here. So, let's just wait till later in the day and see the swearing in, and then they, get to work immediately and start directing the affairs of each ministry to the best interest of Nigerian people. That's what really matters. So let me leave it there, woman.
All right, and to the Dangote space, Ajande Koko, and this petition now, Tinubu receives petition against Africa's richest man, over 3.4 billion siphoned through Nigeria's central bank. So this doesn't come as a surprise, but nobody has the expectation that they will punish him.
Where is that petition coming from?
It's coming from. It gave a name. I'll get the name in a moment. It says the petition was filed by Ahmed Fahad, a social justice advocate.
Well, the authenticity of his fact or his claim rather really matter. So we don't know whether he's have some fact to back this, or maybe he's just talking gibberish. But whatever the case may be, look, Dangote is not just an ordinary citizen in that country. Dangote is an economy within an economy. The asset value of Dangote in Nigeria is bigger than some economy of some state, or put together some state together in some part of the country. Dangote's asset value must, how do I say it, might be more stronger than some geopolitical zone in that country. So Dangote is an economy within Nigerian economy. So that claim, that is it against the company, or is it Dangote as a personality, or what did that
I don't think you can distinguish between Dangote as a personality and Dangote company. They are all intertwined.
Well, it's a limited the ability company. So if his company,
you mean they can't hold him culpable personally?
Yes, they can hold him culpable personally, because his company operates on its own, different from his own personality. So we have to get that clear. So, but the way I look at it is that Dangote is an economy within an economy, and such a person that is an asset in our economy, the state cannot just go after them easily. The state must have a rethink. What are we achieving? What are we saving? And what are we going to lose? Because he's an international investor. Yes, it's one of our own. It's our own. We can claim it anytime, any day. But going after him could scare investors away from Nigeria. Because if we send a signal to investors around the world that, look, that place is not a safe place to invest, the government could go after you. The government could do anything against you. But
sorry, Angelico, can I interject real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah. I hear your point, valid point. But on the flip side, if investors see that you go after people that may be corrupt, isn't that a good sign also that you have good auditing and you're all about clean and straightforward business? And to your point about to distinguish between Dangote himself, the personality, and his business, that's legitimate actually. And that's one fact that I don't think I understood from what one man said, if they are actually going after Dangote or Dangote's business, because that's two different entities actually.
Yes, you are right, Prince Daddy. So, but my point is this: it's just a position, and I don't think it can achieve anything. It cannot. It can't shake anything. They're gonna drop it in the trash. And the reason why I've said it is that, look, Dangote is not a practical politician, but he plays politics well with politicians behind the scene that you cannot see outside. He's a friend to all of them, well connected to the inner core of each party. And they always look for him. They want him to they want they want him around them. Every politician want to see Dangote around them. They want Dangote to support them financially. And I believe he's doing that for every party. He might do it back the door or through some prosy means. The only power that can bring Dangote town down is the government of Nigeria. Just as we see the government going after Emefiele, dragging him down, molesting him, disgracing him, and punishing him publicly. Only the government of Nigeria can bring somebody like Dangote down, and not just any petty, what do you call it? Not petty petition from one Danladi somewhere. No, it's not going to get to anywhere. And I can make reference to what do you call this guy, Abiola. It's Nigerian military government that brought Abiola down because of his involvement in politics, practical involvement. So if Abiola did not go into politics, he might possibly still be around. And I don't think Dangote will be closer to him when it comes to the wealthiest person in Nigeria, because Dangote was nowhere to be found when Abiola was around. So, but because he involved in politics practically, and he was wrestling power from the military and was connected, a man with a strong connection worldwide, and the military doesn't want to leave power, and they believe the only thing we can do is just to destroy this guy. So only the government that can defeat people like Dangote or people with such extraordinary wealth that is acknowledged worldwide. So only the government can do. So if the government of Nigeria announce tomorrow that, oh, we want to investigate Dangote, then you can say, yeah, something is about to happen. But as far as I'm concerned, woman, I don't think this thing gonna go. I don't think it's gonna fly. I don't think it's gonna reach anywhere. It's gonna be thrown in the trash, and we're not gonna. This is the last time we're not gonna. I don't think we're gonna hear anything on this thing after today. It's gonna be gone forever. Nothing gonna happen. That's my take. Anybody there? One man.
Yeah, I'm here. One man.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think woman is around with us, or is he gone?
No, I am here. I just muted myself, and I was saying I'm here. But
We could hear
yes,
you.
on the Sheshe space. Do you want to give us thoughts on that?
Oh yes, actually, it's a good, it's a long-awaited decision by the Southwest governors. Is it the whole of Southwest governors that declare it today?
We've not yet heard from Ondo State, but with Lagos or Osun or Ogun and Oyo, say therefore tomorrow it's public holiday.
Okay, I think what might be responsible for Ondo not making an announcement, I think, is because of the governor that been flown around, the governor that is taking treatment, medical treatment abroad, Akeredolu. But you know that Akeredolu is a real traditional man. He promotes anything Yoruba and stuff like that. So I think it's absent.
Remember when he was saying that they have to be singing the Yoruba anthem in schools in Ondo State?
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
remember that? Yeah.
Not only just to sing it. The assembly passed a law to that effect. The state assembly of Ondo State, they passed a law to that effect that it is the law to read the national Yoruba anthem in their school every morning. so for such man, if not that
it's a real shame that he's incapacitated, because it was one of the people that you thought would prop up Tinubu's administration.
yes.
Tough guy, very, very clever, all of these things. Yeah.
Yes. Mr. No Nonsense, he stand up for what he believes in and he will speak it out and he won't give a damn about anybody. Look at the way among all the APC, the way he confronted what do you call that guy? The former Attorney General, when they are trying to Malami, when they are trying to set up what's that Yoruba Amotekun. When he was doing his
in fact, he did a lot in that space. The narrative of a power transit into the south, he led that fight.
He led it.
Yeah, he also led the Amotekun fight.
Oh yes. So it's just because it's missing in action now because of that unfortunate health situation. Well, we pray for him to get well quick and come back so that he can continue to do his good job for Ondo people and for Yoruba people in general. So I think it's a good thing that one thing that the implication of this is that Yoruba people are rediscovering themselves, rediscovering their culture, their tradition, and with the backing of the governor in all the Yoruba land, I think we can push it further to international stage. So we can mark that day as a day all over the world. I think is it Baba that was suggesting that they should be able to reach out to those in Togo, in Republic of Benin, and so if our governors really want to promote the Yoruba religion, I think they should not end it here. They should, back it up with all the resources of the government and make it a more fun fair, a more they should let it that festivity should be seen with it, and everybody can adopt it in Yoruba land, and then we can push it to other Yoruba dominated part of the world. You understand? Just we can make it look like, internationalize it as Christmas, as a Christian Christmas, and Eid el-Kabir, Eid el-Madud of the what do you call it, of the Muslim too, because the reason why
So
I'm
are
saying
are
this.
you suggesting that we're seeing the birthing of something that could really because I like the idea that
Oh yes.
if
Oh
they can
yes.
randomly create a Christmas for themselves, why
Oh
can't we
yes.
just equally create whatever for ourselves?
Oh yes. We can internationalize that day, and all over
If
the world,
we take it to Cuba and Brazil,
and
where
Brazil,
yes,
and all the Caribbean countries, we take it because look, according to United Nations.
Before you know it, it will turn to Black Christmas Day.
Oh yes, it will spread to America, and boom, Europe, and that is it. We establish ourselves. We reestablish ourselves in this world, because now United Nations, other than Christianity and Islam, if our religion is recognized, is the third and most fast spreading religion all over the world, according to United Nations, and is recognized. So if United Nations has already recognized this religion, now, what are we doing? Why can't we be laruge? Why can't we give it all the support and the resources? Why can't we commit everything that can make it an international day? Why can't we do it? So these governors, look, we have to thank them for what they have done, for being able to come together and say, yes, for our own religion, our traditional religion, we are we are marking a particular day for it. So this is just the beginning. We want to watch the way it's going to be celebrated later today, 1 month. Let's go on. I believe some video will be posted. So I will advise you to get some video and let's play. Let's see how it's going to be celebrated. And after this year, I believe, next year and after this year, I believe they will improve on it. And it's going to be very good for all of us to support it and commit to it and spread the news. It doesn't matter whether you are Christian or you are Muslim. This is our history. This is our heritage. We have to support it. We have to hold it. It doesn't mean it doesn't. It doesn't. How do I describe it? You, a Muslim or Christian, supporting it doesn't make you do.
It doesn't take anything away from you.
It doesn't take anything away from you. You are just celebrating your heritage. That is what it means. And there's nothing wrong in people celebrating their heritage. Nothing wrong in it. So I think we have to thank these governors for this good thing there. It is long awaited. The Isheshe people, our traditional religion worshippers, have been calling for this for years. And now for them to accept it and use their governmental power to declare a day for it, I think is what commendable. So they have all time. And I like what the governor of Osun State said in response to Oluwo, according to that article you read earlier, who was warning people that, maybe they should not do this or they should not do that. I like what the governor did by not wasting time to make a statement to say everybody have the right to celebrate their day and do whatever. Religious harmony is what really matters to us now. We don't have to discriminate against each other on the basis of religion or try to place any religion above other. There must be no religious supremacy or what not. So that is good. I like that. So these governors across Yoruba land have done really well. Their name will go down in history, and yes, their name will go down in history book, and they will be celebrated as well in the future. That these are the governors that have that took that courage. They are very courageous, to declare this day, and I believe the Isheshe people will be proud of them, and we should join them in celebrating it. So that's my take, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, if you're okay with it, I'm happy to wrap it up here, unless you want to speak on El Rufai, but I probably need to hit my bed soon. But
okay.
Yes. Let's wrap it, because we don't have Thomas has been taken away by work. What's his name? Mike has been taken away by brandy or whiskey. And I probably just need to hit my bed. So let's wrap it up here so that we can reconvene tomorrow. But before we do that, let's acknowledge the super chat. Olatu Bosun Oshun Leti. So thank you, Bosun. Prince Daddy, of course, on screen and in this space. So he's with some frequency now. Prince Daddy, will see him there. Ayo, as we said, just rattle through all the way through. Okwiton TV also there as well. Alexander Gomez and Kaizorian Empire. So look out for that name, Kaizorian Empire. I'm in talks with him to do something on the platform. So you'll be seeing some sort of a thing to come soon. So keep an eye out for that. So we wrap it up here, short and to the point, probably one of our shortest sessions so far, but only really to reconvene tomorrow. Thank you, Ajanle Koko, especially, who started with us and finished with us, and Prince Daddy equally. So a delight in your company, gentlemen. Let me delight in it again tomorrow. So we leave it here, carry the conversation on the comment section, but here I say peace.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Omar. Thank you.